Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. I'm John Cole Morgan and I'm so pleased to have you here this Sunday morning. Isn't it a gorgeous morning? Gorgeous sunshine everywhere we're looking today. I hope it's nice and sunny where you are as well. Welcome for being here so early. We've got a fabulous early bird special for you today. This is Osnaberg. Now, I have never seen this before. I've never used it before, but it feels absolutely gorgeous. This is for your embroidery, for your red work, and it feels gorgeous. 100% cotton. You're getting 1.5 meters of this, so this is now folded in half. So that is in half as well, so you can see that is how much you're getting there, and I'll open it up fully. Look how huge that is. That is what you're getting there, that piece there. And many of you would be using this for toiles as well, for your dressmaking. Slightly higher quality than you're probably getting your normal cotton canvas, but it is so lovely. This one is £6.50 for 1.5 meters. Really lovely. Thinking for backs of cushions as well. If you're doing a plique, it's just such a... It's got such a lovely natural look on it as well. It's got that, what are we calling it, seeded. Look at that, that is just so pretty. It does look a bit like one of those Magnum ice creams as well. It's really lovely. And it's definitely a lot softer than your calico than when you work with it. It's absolutely lovely. And you can see the colouring there, you can see the beautiful colouring on there, what we mean by the seeded. It's just gorgeous, and it's got a lovely, lovely feel to it. So you can see how for your needlepoint and your red work, this would work really, really well as well. But again, for your toiles, slightly better quality than you'd have for your normal cotton canvas, and you can feel that when you are working with it. It's got a much, much softer feel to it. So that might be something that would work better for you as well. Also, if you're thinking of your homeware projects, well, a lot of us are making aprons and different things for around the house at the moment. Also backs of cushions, and as well for outdoor quilts. People make a lot of picnic quilts as well. This is quite a nice one to use as well. It's got a bit more of a robust feel. If you're going to be sitting on it as well, it'll be a bit stronger as well. And I have to say, I do think a lot of our Tula projects that we've got in this wonderful book, we've got all these fabulous pillows and things in here. Sorry, I knew there was... You can look at that gorgeous pillow there. That then with the backing of this would be absolutely stunning. And you'd want it with a slightly better quality than a normal cotton canvas as well, because you've spent so much time and effort on the front. You want to make sure that the back is just as luxurious and feels so beautiful. Can we dye this, I wonder? And you're getting 1.5 meters of this. What's the width on it? I think it's 150. I'm just going to measure it quickly. I love having my little mat here. So we've got, it's 44 inches. 46 inches salvage to the middle. So that'll probably be 44 inches once you've cut the salvage edges off there. But it's a huge piece there for £6.50. And obviously if you're multi-buying this bundle, it does unfortunately not come joined up, so you will end up with a series of 1.5 meter pieces. Oh my goodness, I'm hearing 1/3 of the stock has gone already. Well, you all know a good product when you see one, and such a great price as well. It's just such a useful thing to have in your stash. Especially if you're doing the country kitchen kind of colours. It's a really lovely product to have, and the feel is just, I can't stop touching it. It's really, really lovely. Really great product there. So there we go. I'm hoping you'll be able to find that a nice use for that as well. Such a great prize. Brilliant. So if you'd like to get in touch with us today, there are many ways you can do that. First way, if you're going to be shopping with us today, our website is www.sewingstreet.com. We've got our little YouTube video, which will be me being live right now. Hello. And then underneath that, you'll have a little category option there where it says Shop Our Category. If you click on that, you'll be able to then see all of our sewing machines, books and patterns, plain fabric, pattern fabric, I can't remember all the other categories off the top of my head as well, but everything's broken up very, very nicely in there as well. Otherwise, if you just want to go and see what we've got on the show today, just below that you'll see all of the products for today. We'll have some sewing machines, and then beneath that all the products from today's shows, and then after that all the products from yesterday's shows. If you don't want to use the website and you'd rather call in to us, our telephone number is 0800 001 4433. That's a free phone number from from all BT landlines and most mobiles, and that's really, really good to do as well. The team are very, very helpful. Any questions you have, they'll be able to do. And that's the one way of doing it. And then obviously we've got our social media platforms as well. We've got our Sewing Street TV page. It's the Facebook page run by the channel. So that's www.facebook.com/Sewing Street TV, and then you'll have a little message button there. So if you wanted to message in while you were watching the show, we can then get back to you and answer your message and read your message out as well. Lovely to hear from all of you when you want to send a message in. That's a nice way. We also now have a studio email address. Really, really excited about the studio email address. That one is studio@sewingstreet.com, and that comes directly into the studio here. So if you want to drop us a message, you would easily be able to do that, and we can get back to you as well. So that's two different ways of being able to get in touch with us in the studio. And our other Facebook platform is our Sewing Street TV fans page. Sewing Street fans page, sorry. And then we've got Sewing Street on Instagram, and don't forget our YouTube page. Our YouTube page has a fantastic compendium of all of the recordings, all of the broadcasts from Valentine's Day this year, right up until yesterday's show, including our fabulous birthday show on Friday. Thank you all so much for your love on that. It was wonderful. But you'll be able to then see any tutorials as well of any product that you've bought that we've done a demonstration on. You'll easily be able to then track that and go back and watch that at a later date. So it's a lovely little compendium there you'll be able to look at and resource to utilize later on once you bought your products. So the next product I'm going to bring you today is our fabulous Maori batiks, and I'm just going to show you a simple log cabin that I made out of these batiks yesterday. Isn't that just the most beautiful selection of colors there? And these batiks just completely come into their own. Obviously I bought an extra solid to go with this. You'd need to do the same, but these are 4 of our Maori batiks here that we use, which are a fabulous, fabulous range. We've got a mega bundle here where all 13 of the batiks as well. So we've also got these by the half metre, so not all of them unfortunately are available by the half metre because they've been so popular, they've sold out already. These were my favourite picks. This and the Alison Glass were my favourite fabric picks for my birthday, which I had on, and they sold so well, and I'm not surprised because they are fabulous. But we do have this 13-piece mega bundle, 13 half metre pieces. And one day I will learn to get the shots in the camera right there. Sorry about that. And I feel like I'm hiding all my favourite ones just there. You know, those are available, these are mine. You buy the whole bundle, I'll just keep these from you. So you can see you've got 13 fabulous different fabrics there. One little yellow one is hiding at the end. So these are all available. You're getting a half metre of each of these colours. And we'll come back to these later, but I just wanted to show you the whole combination of colours that you've got there. Such a beautiful, beautiful combination there. So the next one I'm going to show you today is our Creative Grids 6 and 12 inch log cabin trim tool. Now with any Creative Grids ruler you get, let me put these to one side, let me show you the actual ruler you're going to get. So this is the ruler itself, so you've got the 12 inch square and you've also got your 6 inch square. This is going to be your 6 inch log cabin, but again you've got the 12 inch as well, so this is a really versatile ruler. You're going to have the QR code just there. So at the point you have, like me, often lost your instructions that come with it, you can easily zap the ruler there with your QR reader, and that will take you through to all of the YouTube videos and recommended additional information that goes with all of the Creative Grids rulers. Now on this side here, you'll see as I get the studio lights on it, this side is completely smooth. That's just a normal standard ruler that you would buy. On all Creative Grids rulers you get these non-slip grip dots over here. I call them grippage or dottage. I think we did dottage, didn't we? But you can see how many different dots you get on this. And the reason you want those is let me do this, the shiny side first. If you do that, you can see your ruler very easily moves around the table. That's simply because there's no restriction in your ruler. But now I've got the dottage there, you can see it's a lot more difficult to move the ruler because of those non-slip grip dots. And that's a really great feature to have on these rulers, because especially if you're a beginner, you want your ruler to be as safe as possible. This thing grips onto the fabric and it won't move or budge. And what's also really good when you're doing a trim tool, as you're lining your bits up, your fabric up, you'll see that there's that black line over there. What you also don't want to be happening is while you've got the black line there and you're cutting and trimming around it, you don't want the ruler to be moving. So you just want to make sure you've got that non-slip technology as you go. So what I've done for this, to do a nice little demo, let me just show you, sorry, I keep forgetting to do the, I think these are the best bit of the ruler, because the number of times you get the ruler and you're like, huh? I don't understand. I don't understand. This is a fabulous, fabulous bit to come with it. You've got the instructions of exactly how to start off. It tells you here exactly what size to cut. This one is for the 12-inch ruler, 12-inch block and the 6-inch. But each piece that you're doing, whether you're doing the 6-inch or the 12-inch, it means that your central block there, my pink central block, is a different size if I'm doing 12 inches or 6 inches. And then when I open this up, it shows you that's for the 6-inch, that's for 12, and it shows you the different ways of being able to make the block. It also shows you if you're going to do a quart steps, and it also shows you if you're going to be doing a half log cabin, because you've got 3 different ways of being able to do the ruler, do the blocks there. I'm going to show you my blocks that I've made with the 8-inch block. It's a similar, very similar design on how to do it. So that's your traditional log cabin. This is your half log cabin. Now remember, the ones I'm showing you now are for the 8-inch ruler. You'll be able to make these in the 12-inch size, because it's exactly the same ruler, just allowing you to make bigger pieces. So you can see the quart steps, and if you didn't want to do planes, we did some in our Liberty as well. It's just a nice little tool to play with, to be able to do different things with it. And if you do want to play with it, and I know I'm jumping ahead with my demo because I'm going to show you the 8-inch in a little while, but what's really great, if you are new to quilting and you are new to doing this, something like that is incredibly effective to be able to make 4 blocks. These ones are the 8-inch ruler, but you will make exactly the same thing out of the larger 12-inch. Just to give you an idea of scale, you can see with these gorgeous batiks, can you imagine that being a beautiful different circle? You could do 2 in the same color going opposites, or you could do them all in the same color. It's entirely up to you, because this ruler would be really good, especially with those batiks, because you're using 3 of these colors. You could use 12 of them all the way here, keep the reds the same all the way through, and then you'll really highlight that fabric very, very well in being able to use that. So I've just made one of those, and now I'm going to show you how simple this is to make and to do. I'm going to lay this out because I've gone ahead and I've cut all my sample pieces together. It's really, really easy to do. I, of course, am very cautious when I make any form of new ruler bit. I always cut my pieces much, much bigger than they need to be, because I'd rather trim down than do it the wrong size. And of course, being on air, what could possibly go wrong? Make sure that you do this. So all I'm doing here is I've got these as just over 2 1/4. I've done these at 2 3/4. The ruler recommends that you're doing it at 2 1/4. You do them whatever size works best for you, but it does need to be bigger than 2 1/4. And with these, you cut your strips out completely. I did not measure at all. I literally just cut a piece off and went through the whole process doing that. It is a trim tool, so you can then take your time, you can do it however you like. And the great thing is, because you're trimming everything as you go, you'll see there, I'm putting my red, my center, in the middle. I'm not putting it to an edge, because I'm going to trim that all off as I go along. So here we go. Now remember, you're going to use your 1/4 inch foot. It's funny how the little foot runs away from you during the show. There we go. So I am now looking at And I love this June Tailor mat. I'm just going to slide this over ever so slightly. We've got lots going on today, it's great. So what I've done now, and all I'm doing is I'm now setting my seams, and then I'm rotating this over. So I'm going to leave this down here. So you're going to see me using two different mats. While I'm making the ruler, while I'm making the block, I'm going to be using my rotating cutting mat. But this block is really big. It's a little bit big, too big for the last cut on my rotary cutter. So you can see all I've done now is I've trimmed that to the side. I'm lining my ruler up to exactly to my central block there, and I'm just trimming this off here. Now you don't need to do that. You can leave the fabric in the back, and the actual videos demonstrating this do actually leave the edges on, and that is entirely your choice. You must do it how you want to do it. It's your block. So that's the next piece I'm sewing on. And all of these are in the directions, and it's a really, really easy guide, following the directions step by step. My only top tip on doing this is the central block is the one that you should pay the most attention on to make sure that you're getting your 1/4 inch seam perfect, because when you're lining your trim tool ruler up throughout the whole process, it does make your life that little bit easier having everything completely square in the middle. And there we go. And then this rotation cutting mat really comes in handy for this step. And again, now all I'm doing is I'm trimming this. Now you can trim this with your tool. It's entirely up to you. All I'm doing is I'm trimming the block, the red block. I'm trimming everything around the red block. And of course, if I had this the right way around the first place, that would make life a lot easier. No, I can't do it that way. Sorry. Ignore me. So all I'm doing is I'm trimming these down, and I know that I'm going to be doing this the next trim as I go along. I'm not going to trim the outside, I'm trimming this one there. And the reason being is I just prefer not to have fabric behind my cream. So I've now done these two sides, and as you're following the instructions, you're going to do this side next, and then I'm going to sew that one on. All of this is in that wonderful set of instructions for you in the catalogue. Oops. Wow, I'm hearing that if you have got the early bird in your basket, there are only about 11 left of these. So if you haven't checked out, please, please, please check out now. You've only got that 1-day P&P, so it doesn't cost you any more by doing multiple checkouts through the day. You only pay that postage and packaging once. It's just when the stock gets so low, we definitely don't want you to be losing out. This is a bit of a stock warning for you, so just watch out. If you are looking to get that, you'll be able to make sure that you get what you want on your products. So there we go. I've now trimmed that up again, and then I'm sewing my 4th piece on. Now, if your piece doesn't match to the edges there, it doesn't matter because you're trimming it down. So that doesn't matter in the slightest. So that is our first round. Now, normally the first round is the one that I get the most nervous about, but it is so easy with this ruler. You literally, all you're doing is you're sewing those 5 pieces together. I then rotate that back. If you want to press your seams open, that is absolutely fine. Whatever works best for you. I'm just leaving them to one side at the moment. So now we're coming to the very first time we are going to cut. So let me show you what we're going to look at on this ruler. So this is our central square there, where the white is marked. There you go, you can see that white square. That is our central square. So when we're doing the initial piece, that will be your white square. Now we're at the first round. we're going to use the next block along, which is that black outline there. We're going to line that up with our central square. Now, remember when I said to you that you need to get your 1/4 inches exactly right? You'll see I was slightly out over here, and I guarantee you're going to be slightly out as well. It is just the nature of sewing. So what my suggestion is, I always line this bit up here where the plain fabric matches my central. So you'll see this black line and that black line throughout my cutting from the first step to the very last step. Those are the bits that I'm going to line up perfectly. And you'll see the dotted line goes all the way up. If I rotate that over there, you can see that dotted line. I'm going to make sure that dotted line is always where I'm marking it up to. And that one there, this is my anchoring line. That is where I'm going to line absolutely everything up to. There we go. So I hold that down, and I'm now going to trim that side and that side. Now, if you were doing a log cabin on your own, and you were doing like I often do with my log cabins, you've sewn it all together, my seams are all out, my pieces are slightly wider. It just, you know, this is so much easier because, now remember when I said to you that you need to make sure that you're lining these up the same place each time? I'm lining that back up again over there, and I'm making sure that that line lines up and that line lines up, so that's perfectly centered, and then I'm trimming these two off here. And then that's your first round. So the second round will be exactly the same. I'm going to use my lovely ruler here to put that down for 2 seconds. So the exact same, you'll do exactly the same thing for the next few rounds. Your next round along, you're going to put this one on first, so that one will go on there. The colours are just incredible. They are absolutely amazing. This Maori Batik range is gorgeous. And all you're going to do is you're just going to keep going in an anti-clockwise circle. So this will be your first one, this will be your second, this will be your third, this will be your fourth. Now you can see my pieces are enormous. You do not need to cut them this big. I just did that because 9 times out of 10 I make a mistake. I'd rather have them bigger than smaller. So when I've done that, I'm going to trim it down again, and then when I get to my trim tool to do the next round, you'll see we were there now. I'm then moving this up to the white section over here. Again, you might be able to see the white lines there. And again, I'm going to line that white line and that white line up with the same side. So you'll see that bit there. I would line up accordingly there. Make sure my dotted lines there, the dark dotted lines are lined up. And then I would cut that along that edge. And then when I rotate this round to do the next side, I'm doing exactly the same thing. Lining my white lines up, the same white lines with the same point over there. And then I'm trimming those 2 edges down. And you just repeat that all the way through until you get to the very last size. And that's when these amazing big millwood mats are going to come into their own, because the block is 12.5 inches, and your rotating cutting mat 9 times out of 10 is 12 inches. So you're not quite the right size. You'll see this gorgeously hangs just over the edges of all of it, which doesn't really make it safe. So do make sure you're using your larger cutting mat to cut the larger blocks. If you're going to do the 6-inch ruler, it is exactly the same process. You're just using much smaller pieces. These will be much thinner as well, and that's a really, really easy way of doing that. And isn't this Maori Batik fabric just gorgeous? I have to say I struggled finding the right colours to use because they were all just so beautiful. And because they've been batik together and packed together, it's such a lovely range to be able to go through. So we're going to go through this fabric again because it's just too beautiful not to. This is now the available bundle. These are 13 half-metre pieces available here. Unfortunately, it was so popular on my birthday show. The only way to get the entire range is by doing the bundle, because it's just such a fabulous range that the colours sold out. But I'm going to be able to show you these as I go. It only launched 2 days ago, and for us to have sold out of so many. So everywhere you see a wonder clip, those ones unfortunately are no longer in stock. That's my little technique of being able to do it. So the only way of doing this is in the bundle. Now, I have cut these to do my demos, so you will get a half-metre of them, and I can't remember which ones I've cut and which one I haven't, but I want to show you the colour, because the colour is so gorgeous. So this one by the ½ meter, the graphic's coming onto your screen now. There are only 7 meters left of this one as a ½ meter. That's $8.99, and this one's called the Night Sky Batik fabric. You will get a ½ meter. The piece I'm showing you now is not a ½ meter, simply because I just got too enthusiastic and cut up the wrong bundle. So apologies for that. You will get a ½ meter. Unfortunately, this one you will not be able to buy by the ½ meter. You're only going to get that in the mega bundle. So I'm going to show you how gorgeous it is. Look at that. Just look how beautiful that one is. Oh, what have I done? There we go. This is only available in the mega bundle, and you can see why. It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, if you're buying these by the ½ meter and you bought, say, 3 of them, you would get that as a 1.5 meter piece. If you're buying these as a bundle, you're only going to get these as ½ meter cuts. So just bear that in mind as you do it. This is the 3rd fabric in the bundle. This is also available by the ½ meter. It's the Maori Aqua Batik, ½ meter, $8.99 there. And just look how vibrant that is. Love that. I've just remembered I've left my iron on. Give me 10 seconds. Sorry. It was getting very hot then. I thought I was having a flush. Sorry about that. Now this one has escaped the mercy of my rotary cutter. So this is the ½ meter piece that you're going to get. That's how big your piece will be when you get it. All of them will be that size, and you won't have had me cutting pieces up, but just look at the detailing on this. It is absolutely gorgeous. This one's the Moda Maui Sea Glass Batik fabric there, $8.99 as well for the ½ meter. Absolutely stunning, that one. Oh, sorry, that one is blocks. Apologies. This one's called Aqua Batik. Sorry, not Sea Glass. Sea Glass is the next one. This is the one that we've got here available for you now. If you are searching for it, you're going to type the code in, GHW198 for that one. And it's escaped my cutting. Isn't that good? I must have missed it. Now this one I think has also escaped my cutting. This one is absolutely gorgeous. This is also available by the ½ meter. This is the Moda Maui Sea Glass Batik fabric. Doesn't it look a bit like bamboo there? It's got that movement in it as well. It's wonderful. I kind of look at this and think that literally sea glass that you find on the beach in the sand with the sand pieces lying over it as you find them. Oh, doesn't it make you want to go on holiday? When will we ever be able to go on holiday again? Soon, I hope. There we go. So that was the sea glass one. Oh, wow. This one is lovely. This one I have cut up as well. Forgive me. But look at that gorgeous colourway there. This one is the Moda Maui Ocean Batik fabric. $8.99 for a ½ meter there. Absolutely gorgeous, these. And what I love about batiks is that there is no front or back with it. They've all been hand-dyed in Indonesia or Bali or wherever they get these done. And they are absolutely so unique. Even though, for example, this one, I haven't cut this one up either. Yay! So like this is the ½ meter you will get. Look at how vibrant that is. But even though you've got the stamping on there, the colours behind it are different each time. So you can see that would potentially be called the back, but if I fold that over, you can see there's absolutely no difference between the back and the front. They are just absolutely stunning. This one is the multi-spiral batik fabric, $8.99 for the ½ meter of that as well. And this would be gorgeous with a log cabin because, especially when you're using it with blues and greens, you'll see that they actually just merge into each other, and the synergy between them works really, really well. And as I'm folding that, I'm looking at that turquoise colour there, but look how well that would go. You can see how beautifully well those go together. Or if you're wanting to put that one in as well, that just pops that turquoise out. It's a really, really interesting collection because they're all so different. And I'm just looking at those two as well. Look how beautifully those two go together too. Really lovely combinations here. Now this one has also escaped the mercy of my rotary cutter. And that one is so vibrant. Again, you can't tell the difference between the front and the back there. This is the multi-spirals batik fabric, $8.99 for the half meter as well. Absolutely stunning. So, so vibrant. Love these. I am wondering if I should just take it and make a whole big log cabin quilt out of all of these. I've cut most of them up already. No one will notice. Yes, they will. Then we got this pink one. This one I have cut up as well because you saw that as the center of my log cabins. And look how beautiful they are. This one is the Moda Maui pink batik fabric, half a meter for $8.99. Absolutely stunning, that. Now this one, I know everybody's going to see this and say, oh, that sounds like a lot. There are only 15 meters of this. And if you think of how big our warehouse is and how little piece of fabric that is, that's not a huge amount of fabric. And 15 meters, it's only 2 of these kits, really, because there's so much there. So, and it's only 2 days since launch, and we've sold so much of it already. This one I've also ended up cutting up, so you'll get a much bigger piece when you get it in your kit. But look at that. Doesn't that just look at that? I want to say the yellow brick road, those cobblestones on the road. Doesn't that look amazing? But it's just such a deep intensity of the colours. This one's the multi-dot batik fabric, half a metre for $8.99. And it's just got such vibrant colours as well. Now this one has sold incredibly well so far as well. We only have 6.5 meters of this. If you are buying this by the half meter and you wanted to get a meter of it, you'd buy 2 units and that would come to you as a meter piece, cut as a 1 meter piece. Unfortunately, that one is sold out, so you can only get this one by the in the mega bundle, and this one I have cut as well. So you will get more than you see on the screen. It's just I was very happy with my rotary cutter. Only available in the mega bundle. Unfortunately, it has sold out on that. And then we've got, oops, sorry. It's very early in the morning. My brain seems to be asleep still. This one I absolutely love. Isn't this just a hit of sunshine? And this one has escaped my cutting as well. But I don't know how. It must have been at the bottom of the box. Look at that. Isn't that just absolutely... And they've called it the Moda Maui Sunshine Batik fabric. You can see why. It is just the perfect sunshine fabric you can ever get. It's absolutely gorgeous there. £7.49 a half metre for this one. Slightly cheaper than the other ones. So if you are looking for something for a little bit of a bargain that's absolutely beautiful... That is a really good deal. I'm sure that was a mistake, but hey, until someone changes it, get your purchase. £7.49 a half metre on this one. And you can just tell that is absolutely stunning. So that is 12 of the fabrics in our mega bundle. And the last fabric I'm going to show you is only available in our mega bundle as well. And only available in the mega bundle, but look at that. This one I've cut up as well because you can see it in our log cabin that I've already shown you before. And isn't that just stunning? And you can see this gorgeous mega bundle that you're getting here. You're getting 13 pieces, 13 half meters, so 6.5 meters of fabric there for £130.49. And let me recap and show you what that bundle looks like. And I'm going to do this cleverly with my little ruler, because having rearranged all of that, it's not going to hold. And we just use these 6.5-inch rulers for cutting. But there we go. That works really well as well. If I can get it centered. There we go. And you can see just such a beautiful collection of colors there. Absolutely vibrant and beautiful. So, so, so lovely there. Those are available now today as a bundle. Second day we've had them on. And they've been selling incredibly well. I'm going to put them just over here. Perfect. So the if any of you missed my little log cabin that I made out of those, this is the 12 and 6-inch log cabin ruler, and that just gives you an idea of how beautifully these batiks go together. This was the ruler that I used. It was the 12 and 6-inch log cabin trim tool. The previous, what have I done with the instructions? They are here somewhere. See, this is my favorite thing. I lose them all the time. But don't worry. What you can do is you can scan the QR code and you'll easily be able to then get all the videos that you need, all the tutorials and everything you could possibly want, telling you how to use the ruler. And you can see just how beautiful these blocks are when they come out. Those batiks have worked very, very well there. So that was the 6 and the 12-inch ruler that I've used making that. But not to be ignored, I have also got our fabulous 8-inch ruler here, where I showed you the demos of... Oh, there's my... There we go. I'm now putting these together so that I know where they are. This is the thing, I always do that. So I'm going to pop that on the top of the ruler so I always know where they are. So this is now the 8-inch log cabin ruler, which is the one that I absolutely fell in love with the first time around I started doing the demos. So these are exactly the same blocks, just slightly smaller. You've still got your wonderful set of instructions. You get your ruler. The ruler does have a QR code just there as well, so you're able to do that. Exactly like I showed you previously using the centering blocks, you're going to do exactly the same process. Make sure you line those up on one edge all the way consistently through your block. It gives you the instructions on how you do it, as well as the instructions on how to finish your log cabin, to do the quart steps, and to do the half log cabin block as well. So this is a really, really good ruler. It's exactly the same as the 12 and the 6-inch, you just do 8-inch blocks on it. And the blocks that you can make from them are really, really interesting and so different. You saw earlier I made these 4 out of the Liberty fabrics, and they worked very, very well. But if you wanted to do something a little bit more interesting, you could do... And you can tell that all of these log cabin blocks, 90% of log cabin blocks will either have a pink, a red or an orange centre, and that is to show that the home fires are always burning for anybody wanting to come home. But it's just such a creative tool and you can do so many different things with it. So there I used the same fabric. And then I made a quart steps out of it as well. So this is the quart steps that you've got available to you there that you can do. But I also did the quart steps in a solid colorway. So you can see your own creativity is what will limit you on this. And you can make loads of different blocks out of it in different ways. You can do, this was my half log cabin. And this was another half log cabin. So if you wanted to, you could point the pinks into the middle, and you can just see that really incredible effect doing this. And what I've done is you'll see that I've just moved the fabrics along one colorway, and if you then made a series of these and kept moving them along one colorway, you'd come up with a totally different block. Or if you wanted to do something like that, it's a totally different effect on what you can do with them. And that is the wonderful different genius of the 8-inch Creative Grid log cabin trim tool. It's a really special product there, and it's such a great tool to be able to have. And it's just, especially if you're just learning and you're not quite comfortable with your 1/4 inch seam, this is really forgiving, because it doesn't matter what size you cut your seam is, your block will always be 8.5 inches, and you can see just on this block alone, my 1/4 inch on over here is definitely not a 1/4 of an inch at all. That's much bigger. It's more like 3/8 of an inch. And I did that on purpose to be able to show that even though I've done it slightly larger, when I put my trim tool on top of it, it is exactly 8.5 inches all the way around. And it does all the hard work for you. And you can see even here, my central block isn't lined up. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you just pop your 8.5 inch tool on and you trim it round. And if the central block's not centre, well, then don't enter it into a competition. That's all I would say. But it's a great tool to practice with. It's definitely a great skill building tool. And whether you want to, excuse me, oh, I inhaled my own tongue then, sorry about that. Whether you want this available in the 8-inch tool, which is available here, or the 6 and the 12-inch tool, we've got both available for you today. And it does exactly the same thing, just in different sizes. Now, my favourite tool that I've used in the Creative Grids arsenal of late is this hexagonal trim tool. Now, I cannot express to you how much I love it. Perhaps, maybe I should just say, whenever I get a tool from Hayley to say, oh, go and make some samples of that, you always know I love it when I have a pile like this, all sewn together. Now, having said all sewn together, I do have a little demo for you, so I'll put my demo pieces there. But what I absolutely adored about this is whether you're using a the Liberty fabric or not, or whether you're using a solid fabric, you can see just how effective this is. And that really highlights your fabric. So if you've got a really special piece of fabric you're wanting to highlight, you can easily use that very, very comfortably in any of your projects. Whether you're wanting to do a 6-inch middle, no, sorry, 4-inch middle, or you're wanting to do a 2-inch middle, you are absolutely spoilt for choice on how to do that. And the reason I'm laying all these out is because I really did get quite carried away. It's not like me, is it? Not at all. And if you don't want to make a hexagon, you can just go and, oh, that was what I was planning to do. I was going to put that in the middle, and you've got like a little flower. And if you then put all these pieces going into the middle, you can then do that in the middle, or you could do something like that in the middle. But, you know, I got very carried away with this. As you can see, I'm about to take over the whole set. Because what I love about a ruler is when I make it, I want to have completely finished straight edges, because I want to be able to put a binding on it. I mean, I want less steps in my process, so I want to make sure that everything is as easy as it can possibly be to be able to make the quilt as easily as I possibly can. See, I told you I was taking over the whole set today. And this was literally one afternoon because I got so enthusiastic with it. And it's just so, literally in one afternoon. And it was, it takes a few minutes to get your head around how it works. But I tell you, when I did, I just could not stop. And all I used here, and you can see how effective it is just using these solid fabrics. It is so effective. And I've still got left over, and I've still got my half hexes to finish the block off, and I've got my triangles here, my setting triangles to finish it. It is an absolutely joyful block to use, to make, and you can do them in so many different ways. You can do them all in black and white, you can do them all in grey, you can do them, and look, I've still got more. I've still got more, and I've still got more of these. So I literally could not stop using it because it is such a fabulous tool to use. It's an absolute joy to be able to create this. And anybody who wants to do any form of fussy cutting, these central blocks over here, these are a genius way. If you've got some fabulous fabric that just got a little detail in there, you can easily then be able to do your fussy cutting all the way through. Perhaps you've got a lovely piece of Tula that you've been looking for that perfect project to use, but you don't have very much of it. You can get some of the Tula solids or the Tilda solids even, put the Tilda in the middle, and then you can carry it around with it. So those were my demo, what I made with it, just to show you, and that was literally one afternoon, and then got a call about midnight saying, "Are you coming home for dinner?" I'm like, "No, I'm having too much fun." So this is the hexagonal trim tool that you've got there. These, again, you've got these wonderful set of instructions and that lovely QR code over there. So if, like me, you put these somewhere really safe and find them 12 weeks later, they are available then to download. So this is how you start out. You start by cutting your hexagon, and that can be either your 2-inch hexagon, your 4-inch hexagon, or your 6-inch hexagon. You can see very easily you've got the 2-inch hexagon there, the 4, the 6, and then if you're going to do the complete one, that's the 8. That was that white one that I had earlier. I think I did a 6-inch hexagon for the Liberty, 4 inches for the oranges, and my sample I'm going to show you now is in my 2-inch one. But the great thing is it tells you and shows you exactly how to do each and every single step of the way. It tells you how wide to cut your fabric. It tells you absolutely everything you need to know, including coming to the point of when you're finishing everything off. There is the odd Y seam, so don't get nervous about that. That's absolutely fine. Take your time with them. You'll easily be able to do that. So the tools and the instructions are really, really easy to use and a really nice feature. So I have now done, I'm just double checking where I am. I haven't trimmed that off, that's why. So what I've done here is I'm now on my last round of it. And the great thing is having left this in the basket for so many weeks, I come back here and I look and see where I am. And I can see that I'm over here. And I have sewn on my light sections. And now I'm going to sew on my dark sections. And what I do is I cut my fabric, width of fabric, all the way along. I line that up and you can see I'm terribly, terribly accurate with it. I'm just going to cut a series of pieces here And again, you can do these how you like. I'm very comfortable being able to just do that because it's a trim tool. They are going to be slightly larger, and I don't mind because all I'll do is I'll trim them down and they'll be perfect at the end. So because I've sewn these two already on here, you're now going to sew these on here, and you do that all the way around. 1/4 inch is not too much of a problem here, but if you can be as accurate as you possibly can, that's a good thing. Oops. And that was definitely not a good 1/4 inch over there, which is what the great thing with this tool is, it's incredibly forgiving for you. Oh, it's not too bad, no problem. And then I'm popping this over here as well. And again, I'm just being very, very rough and ready with these, and it doesn't matter because you're going to trim them off as you go. Now, one thing I will say is you are sewing on the bias here, so make sure that you are completely careful. Do not pull or stretch your fabric, just let the machine do the work for you, so you're not distorting your seam in any way. So I've now sewn these two on here, and I'm going to do my last piece over here. And again, you can tell I've not paid any attention with regards to size. This is one of those projects that I don't mind wasting a little bit of fabric. Well, it's not really wasting because it goes off to the charity as well. But any fabric that I've cut off here, it's not, I don't feel bad doing that because I'm getting the most perfectly accurate blocks by doing it this way. And there we go. Of course, I've disconnected my iron, so I'm plugging that back in very quickly to get that done. Got my June Taylor ready to go. And there we go. And now all you're doing next is you've got that all lined up and pressed down, is you're going to take your trim tool. You do want to use your rotary cutting mat on this, your rotating cutting mat. It just makes your life a lot easier. And the reason being is I've now finished the block. I'm at the last section. So I'm going to line my central block up perfectly. You can see there I've got my central bit there. And that is it. So it doesn't matter how big my 1/4 inch was. It doesn't matter how scruffy that all looks. Because my block is finished now, all I'm doing is the trimming down. I make sure I hold this down. I cut those 3 sides there because I feel safe doing so. I pull them away. I have not moved anything. I rotate my mat 180 degrees, holding that down nice and firm as it was before. And there we go. There's your hexagon, all cut, all ready for you to go. It is truly that easy to use this this trim tool, and the rotating mat is an absolute must on one of these tools because it just makes your life so much easier, and you don't have to do multiple line. And you can see just how fun that is as well, and it's just really, really, really easy tool to use. So that is the 8-inch hexagon trim tool available by Creative Grids. You've got your non-slip dottage on the back as well. You've seen that before many times with me, so it's that is one of my favourite Creative Grids rulers that we've got there. Next one we've got for you today is our Kaleidoscope ruler. This one again, you've got your lovely pointy triangles, which are great. These are to be able to make a 4.5 inch strip set here. These are going to be 4.5 inches. There we go. 45-degree triangle. This one you can see is completely smooth on that edge. You've got your usual Creative Grids non-slip dots over here. Again, you've got your lovely QR code over there, and you've got your wonderful set of instructions on how to use it. It's a really, really simple tool to use. You can see I've made loads of these in different colors. They come out really, really effectively. They come out very, very effectively on the different colours. So I started off by doing these all in plains and spots. And the great thing is you can do them however you want to do them. You can go and create all these different effects. And you'll see that I've got 2 different sections here, one with triangles and one without. The ruler also shows you how to cut these squaring triangles off and how to do that. And all you do is you then put those on, and then you square your ruler off, your block off once you've put those on. So the way that you make these, and of course I told you I'd been on the batiks again, you can see I want to move that out the way because I just think these batiks need their own little platform. Just look how beautiful they are. Absolutely stunning. And I'll show you how simple these are to do, and you can see again I got very carried away with this block. What you're going to do is you're going to do a strip set, and your strip set on this one is made up of, I've done two 2.5 inch strips. So these are 2.5 inch strips over here. And now once you've folded everything up and left it in the box for a little while, you're going to have to recut a starting line. So all I've done on this one is I've cut two 2.5 inch strips, sewn them together so that they are 4.5 inches. Now why that is important is because you'll see the bottom line over here, you want to make sure that you're getting it exactly right for your length that it needs to be, which is the 4.5 inches. So now I'm creating a 1/2 inch, I'm creating a straight line. Now you can see I am not standing here, I am standing over here, so I am not cutting towards myself. Please don't worry. So that's going to be my first cut of the first triangle. Then this will be my second cut. Again, I'm trying to cut away from me at all times. Then this will be my third cut. And this will be my fourth cut. How hard was that? Okay? So now I've got an entire block cut out by this really simple cutting of 8 triangles. And how beautiful is that? So once you've got that together, what I've done is I've created this for you already so that you'll be able to see how I'm actually working these together. That is 1/2, that's 1/4. There we go. So my only top tip with this is, as you're sewing these pieces together, you can ask me how I know, make sure if you put these on top of each other, you're sewing on the right side and the same side all the way along. So what I do is I leave them laid out together, exactly like this, and then I plop them on top of each other, and then I take that section and sew them together. And all I'm doing is I'm putting these right sides together. These I have pressed to the dark side all the way through on my strip set. You saw my strip set sewn together there. I've sewn to the dark side. The reason I've done that is then you can nestle these points together just over here so that the points match perfectly all the way along. So, and then you're doing, now your 1/4 inch is very, very important on this one, and also remembering that you are actually, if I put my foot on the actual pedal, that would help. You are actually stitching on the bias as well, so you need to be cautious that you're not stretching your fabric at all. And you do need to press every single step of the way. So again, this June Tailor comes in so handy. Set your seams, and now I'm pressing these to one side just to make it easier. And you can see these beautiful, beautiful batik fabrics. They are absolutely stunning. You'll see on your screen at the moment, you have got the reference to these 6.5 meters of these, this is for the Maori fabrics, and it is unfortunately the only way you can get all of these fabrics. They've been so, so popular over the last 2 days. I can't believe in 2 days they've sold out. They've sold so well, and 3 of the fabrics have sold out already. So it's a really lovely, lovely collection of fabrics here. So what I've done there is, you saw I sewed 2 together like that, and then when I've got 2 of those sets together, I've now sewn them in half to get my 2 halves. Again, as you're going along, you're going to press these as you go. I've only got 1 seam left to go on these, and that is how simple these blocks are to make. Really, really easy there. And I do find, especially with the central seam, when you're coming to sewing these big pieces together, having the seams pressed open makes your life a lot easier, because you know you're going to try and line those 2 points up together. So you would line those 2 points up together, and you would stitch all the way down to make a block that looked like that. And I think that that's just quite self-explanatory on how you're doing that. We've all sewn a long line together. You would sew that together like that, and you can just see how effective the fabric is. But if you wanted to use these same Maui fabrics and make sure that, let's say, for example, you wanted to put a cream in the middle, all you would do is cut out a 2-inch strip at the bottom, 2-inch strip at the top, and then a cream strip in the middle. As long as you're ending with 4.5 inches, your blocks will work perfectly. But it is such a great... You can see that's what I've done there with 4 of them. You can do that as well with any of those. So that is what you're making. Let me show you what we've used to do this, because the ruler is so fabulous. This is the ruler that you're going to be getting with it. You've got these wonderful triangles here that cut these out perfectly. You've also got the 3 3/4 line over here, and what you'll be doing is you'll be cutting your squares out to be that size. These are the setting squares on the end. You can see that that's where the cutting line is, to cut those out as well. The attention to detail on all of this is so good, because even where you're putting your rotary cutter, you're going to have your rotary cutter comfortably in there, safely cutting away from you. It's just made by quilters for quilters to make beautiful, beautiful quilts. And it is a really, really fabulous ruler. And don't forget, you get these wonderful set of instructions telling you exactly what you're doing each step of the way. And again, look how many I've made. So I can't have hated it that much if I loved it from there. Now, don't forget, the star of our little show today here is our wonderful Maui bundle here. These batiks are absolutely gorgeous. Unfortunately, 3 of them have sold out on their own, so you won't be able to get all of these together. Boom, boom, boom. If I smush these in. Gosh, we're down to single figures on our mega bundle here. Sorry, I'm just trying to rearrange these so I can get it all on your screen. There we go. These are all available still, but they are down to single figures on this mega bundle, and we are losing. So this fabric's not available in the mega bundle, other than in the mega bundle. This fabric's not available other than in the mega bundle, and this one. So those 3 fabrics have sold out on their own. The rest of them are available by the ½ meter, but we are down to single figures on the mega bundle. And don't forget, if you haven't checked out, unfortunately, the product's not yours just yet. So if somebody else has got it in their basket and they pay for it before you, they get it first, unfortunately. We have also got, oh, what? Sorry, I thought you said we'd sold out. I was like, oh, another one. So these are, they're incredible. We had these launch yesterday. We had 5 different colours, and we are only left with 2 different colourways here, being the aqua and the red, and they are so vibrant and so lovely. So our extra wide backings are 2.8 metres. So I've enlisted the help of our trusty Susan. The good thing is I don't have to social distance from Susan. Hello. Kind of want to hug her just because I miss hugging people. But look how much fabric you're getting for this. This is now available for by the ½ meter, 2.8 meters wide. That's 108 inches by 19.5. And that is going to be £8.99 available for you. This has sold so well over the weekend. We just had slightly more stock of this, and it was so, so good. The navy, the cream, and the white completely sold out. We've only got the aqua and the red left available. And unfortunately, once it's gone, we're not sure we can get it in again. But these extra wide backings, we're all at that point now where we've made our quilts. We've got that wonderful blocks of wadding that we had yesterday as well. You can then now, you've got your backing. So you can now get quilting those fabulous projects that you've been making while we've been in lockdown. Or backs of cushions. You know, you're getting so many different fabrics here. It's such a phenomenal price on these. So if you're making makes for charities or scrub bags or anything, these are really, really great. And it's such a good price and really great quality on it. And that is the aqua colorway that we've got available there. And just look how beautiful that is. Those crossroads, they're not completely uniform as well, which don't make your eyes go funny sometimes. But these are really, really lovely. That's the aqua. Let me show you the red. And I'm just looking, you know, we're all looking at Christmas soon, and I'm sure we've got Christmas coming up. This is a really great backing for fabric for Christmas, for any projects for your Christmas. 2.8 meters of this by ½ meter. Look how huge that is. It's really good. Table runner backings, these would be really good, even just as a tablecloth. It's such a great price. Making nice little Christmas gifts. I know a lot of people have been using fabric to actually wrap their presents nowadays because that's a bit more user-friendly and environmentally friendly. That's a nice way of doing it. It's such a lovely colour, and it's such a nice big green bow in the middle. It'd be lovely. I'm also thinking pyjamas. I'm just looking at these and thinking I could quite happily have these as a pair of pyjamas. Nice little pyjamas there, that'd be good. So these are available, these are the only two colours we've got left in our extra wide backing that was brand new to Sewing Street yesterday. We've had a really great weekend, all our lovely products have been selling out. So that's the red colourway in that. I'm not quite sure how we've still got it left, but we're not sure it'll be around for much longer, especially with Christmas coming up and Christmas in July. We're wanting to make sure that that's all done as well. So this one, now the Osnaberg, if you haven't checked out on this yet, this was our early bird for today. If you haven't checked out on this yet, you might want to do so because we really don't have very much of these left. I would hate for you to miss out. It's been selling so well already, so that's still available to you. It's £6.50 for 1.5 meters. We're about to go for a little break now and change the set, so we'll be back with you in a few seconds. Hello and welcome. We love hearing from you and we really hope that you can follow us on our social media platforms. We've got Instagram, which is @Sewing Street. We have Facebook. We've got 2 Facebook pages. One is the Sewing Street TV page and the other one is Sewing Street Fans. All 3 of these are monitored all the time by our wonderful team, and if you want to message us on air, drop us a line on either of those 3 and we'll definitely be able to answer your questions that you may have. If you post on the actual wall, we can perhaps answer there, otherwise message us as well. That works really, really well. Thank you so much for being involved, and it's only because of this community that we're able to bring you all these different diverse products and to be able to answer your questions that you may have. Another way you can stay in touch with us is by signing up to our newsletter. These newsletters are sent out to you very regularly and they include not only our guest profiles of upcoming guests, but also amazing shows that we've got coming up for you. And if you want to look at the amazing products before everybody else, that's the best way to do it. If you'd like to sign up and you haven't already, the link to follow is www.sewingstreet.com/sign up. You won't regret it. Thank you.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying 1 postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hello, I'm Catherine and I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre in Market Harborough, and I'm delighted to be joining the Sewing Street family.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual. Always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I was about to say stitch. Sorry, I got very confused. Let's do that again. Pretend that didn't happen. Welcome back to Sewing Street this morning, and I am beyond excited. This lady needs absolutely no introduction. We have got the fabulous Jane Greenoff from the Cross Stitch Guild. Do you see where the word stitch came in? Confused me earlier when I was thinking too much. I'll get the hang of this one day. Not today, but one day. Jane is just incredible. I have watched her demos before, and she is so inspiring, and she is so wonderful, and such a lovely lady as well. It's really, really wonderful to be able to have her here today. She's going to be showing us some demonstrations. So I hope you enjoy the video, and we'll see you after this.
Hello again, it's Jane Greenoff. I'm here on my own because of unusual circumstances. We won't go on about that. It's lovely to be back, and I'm here showing you lots of good things from the Cross Stitch Guild. Just to remind you, the Cross Stitch Guild is out there for those of you who love to do any sort of counted embroidery. It doesn't have to be cross stitch, but anything counted. There are no tests to join, and you only have to love to stitch. We have all ranges of talent as members and all over the world. So I thought I ought to just let you know that that's where it all is. And these are some of the things produced by the Cross Stitch Guild, which I'm going to talk to you about. And we'll take it from there. Anyway, get yourself a nice cup of tea, and we'll start. I'm going to start over here. And I'm going to confuse everybody by picking something up. Whoops. There we go. Right, so this is just as a little history really, a little history lesson about cross stitch, because this is not a new hobby. It's been counted embroidery in particular has been around since the 1600s or even earlier. And working on linen, if you think they found linen in the tombs in Egypt, linen's been around as a fabric and embroidered fabric for centuries. So this piece of embroidery here was worked by a little girl in an orphanage in Bristol. She started it in 1865. We don't quite know when she finished it, and she's working on what I call even weave fabric. Because it's very square stitches, even as early as that. And these repeating patterns are some that are from a book in the orphanage, and hundreds of these samplers were worked, and they're now extremely collectible. This is valuable, this little number here. We contacted the Muller Trust when we bought the sampler, and they were able to give us the history of the child, which brings it really close. You know, you can think about the little girl. Just to give you a perspective, if we go to the top of this sampler, where my fingers are here, this top alphabet, can you see that there? So this is on 72 count linen. All right, I'm going to put it down, and I'm going to take this one and show it to you. And this is the same alphabet here, but worked on a modern linen. You can see the size. You can sort of see how we work on a much bigger count of fabric than these little kids did with no electric light. So this is just an extract from that amazing Muller sampler done by Catherine Archer. It's been dunked in tea, so it's not just grubby, for those of you who've spotted the marks. The idea was to age it a bit, And these are alphabet letters and patterns taken from Catherine's beautiful sampler, and it's available to buy as a kit, and you can buy this on the Aida fabric or on the linen. So if we look at the Aida first, that's actually going to be the fabric that generally I would say that people who are less experienced start with. Now, I'm going to try and make this stand up again, which probably means it won't, but we'll see. No. Right, I'm not going to stand it up. I'm going to pop it down here for a minute. So going back to the fabrics that we use, if you can imagine that when linen is made, it is woven with one strand that way and one strand that way, so the warp and the weft. When the Aida fabric's made, and I'll show you an example of that in a second. I shall have to use my scissors to open this, so I apologise. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, I think you'll find this useful. Bear with me a minute. And then we'll look at the actual project. So this is actually Aida fabric. This is slightly unusual in itself in that this is linen Aida. So let me explain. So linen is the stuff, it's made from flax. It comes in from India, from Egypt, all over the world. It's a very strong fibre and is used for all sorts of different things. Obviously linen clothing are very fashionable today. But this one is woven, instead of in individual threads, it's woven in groups of 4, which means that when the 4s cross, you get a definite hole. So if you're inexperienced and you've never stitched before, and you'd like to do a little bit of Catherine Archer's glorious sampler, which I'll pick off the floor again, you could choose to do it on the Aida fabric or on linen. And as I said, my version was actually dunked in tea after it was stitched, black tea, in an attempt to age it, because it was on white fabric. But that's just an idiosyncrasy of mine. So, as I said, this is available on Aida fabric or on linen. And the fabrics are made for us by a company called Zygarten Zawitzki, who are based in Germany, in a town called Sindelfingen. And as I've said to you on a number of occasions, I love going to factories that are involved in our industry. And I've been to the Zygarten factory 7 or 8 times now. And to go from watching the lorries unload the linen thread on great big cones like this, to watching the linen fabrics come off the other end is absolutely fascinating. And it's not only the watching it being made, because the Aida's made there too, it's watching them create the warp and weft, or the warp rather, sorry, of 100,000 metres. Do I mean 100,000 metres? I probably don't. Lots. When they do 100 metres at a time on these great big machines, the warp is made first, and then they go into these amazing looms where the shuttles are working. You can't even see them move, it's so fast. And so that's how these fabrics are made. Then they are washed, they go through a complete straightening process so that the threads are straight. So when you've done all your hard work on your stitching, you haven't got a wonky one when you come to frame it. The dressing is added because, as you can see, this has got quite a lot of, it's a sort of starch really, for want of a different description. And then somebody sits, if you can imagine an enormous light box, as big as this tabletop certainly, and the fabric's going across it with a light underneath, and any faults are marked and the fabrics are cut. So when someone like me buys bales of fabric, the amount of fabric on a bolt might be 15 metres, it might be 18 metres, because they will have cut out a fault. So they're very, very particular about the quality of the stuff, which is why the Cross Stitch Guild uses it. and all our fabrics come from there. So that's Catherine Archer's extract. So as I said, available on either choice of fabric, same price. And remember, if you work it on the Ada material or the linen, it will be the same size. So you're not going to end up with a sort of childish, larger version at all. It's going to come out the same size, because on the Ada fabric, you count over these boxes. And when you work on the linen, you're going to count over 2 threads, which means you end up with the same size. Now, we haven't got a copy of it here with me, but I'm going to mention it to you, and it's certainly on the website. We have got the Cross Stitcher's Bible, which we could refer you to. Do keep an eye on the website, as I'm sure you appreciate this program is recorded. So keep an eye on what's going on. And there's lots of information about linen and Ada and how to use them and how to stitch with them and how they vary in the Cross Stitcher's Bible, so feel free to refer to that. Now I'm just going to whiz round everything else really quickly so that you see what's here, because I do talk too much and we'll run out of time. At the front here, there are some chickens. Now I've got them here somewhere. Here they are. Now these chickens have been on air before. How they happened was that my husband and I do love to travel, and we were in Key West in Florida, staying in a little cottage, not last January, the January before. And I came out of our little cottage one day, and there was an enormous Rhode Island red chicken, cockerel, stood there looking at me, giving me his best side, I think you could say. He was posing for the camera. And I thought, I wonder where he's come from. I wonder who owns him. What I didn't realise was they run free around Key West. There are thousands of them. And the reason is that they were brought in as part of sugar plantation cockfighting. So in other words, the workers used to do cockfighting way back. And it was outlawed. And the assumption was that all these chickens would just die out, and they didn't. And now it's a criminal offence to run one over on a zebra crossing in Key West. So they're everywhere. And I loved them. And they were so strutty and proud of themselves and shiny and looked so fit that it started. Now, as a result of that, my daughter, who was a bit eccentric, bought me a flowery chicken for my kitchen, because I collect chickens. And I have got a chicken about so high that's covered in little daisies. So it was a decision made, really. And that's how they happened. Now, they're on the website, obviously. They're available in linen or in Ada. And if I just get one of them, this is the Rhode Island red that I've got in front of me here. And you can see the chart. Actually, you won't tell anybody I'm using my embroidery scissors, will you? If I just get in here. It's impossible to get these bags open, because years ago, when we supplied some big retail shops, people used to pinch things out of the bags. We won't go on about that. Right, so let's have a look. You've got the chart. There's your black and white chart. So for those of you who think, what is she talking about? How do I get that from that? I can remember one lady saying she'd ironed it on wet and dry and nothing had happened. This is a long time ago. And poor thing, I had to explain what was supposed to go on. Now, we've also got a coloured chart for you. So let me show you that. This is, I've said on previous programmes, you know, the business of the technology now is just amazing. Look at that. I mean, I'd frame that. Isn't he lovely? I was ever so pleased with him. So, what you're going to do is you're going to fold your fabric in 4, and then you're going to find the middle of the chicken, and you're going to put that stitch on the middle of your fabric and gradually work outwards. That means you get him in the middle of the fabric when you come to mount or framing. Now, the reason there are 2 charts, it's a funny old thing really, because as a general rule, I think cross-stitchers prefer black and white. As a general rule, because if you've got a lot of colours that are similar, and they're coloured charts, sometimes you can't tell which is which. And that's very frustrating because, you know, if you've got a lot of detail, the detail is in the change of colours. So with this one, you've got symbols, and the symbol is the symbol, and there's the symbols down next to the colours. A lot of people I know like to colour in the chart where they've done a bit with a pencil or a highlighter, so that, you know, when the phone rings or someone wants their rugby kit or whatever the interruption is, you can colour in and you can find out where you were. Now on something like this, I would seriously consider doing what I call a tram line. So I'll just show you on the fabric here. This is linen, as I mentioned. Now, you know I said just now about making sure you get it in the middle? This is important to realise. If you look at the size of the chart, it's much bigger than the fabric. So the size of the chart has nothing to do with the size of your stitching. What counts is the number of stitches. So on this linen here, I'm going to get 14 stitches to 1 inch. So it's going to be that size. Okay, so going back to this, you would find the middle. Now I would be tempted with this project to run a tacking line down here and across here, following the lines of the threads. So do it carefully. In and out of 2 is good, but not compulsory. And then it does keep you sort of lined up in space. So if you look at your chart, if you rule a line on here that matches this one, you can see if you've gone horribly wrong. Useful tip. The colour one has also got symbols as well, but you've got both in the pack, plus your photograph. And these are the instructions that go in all cross-stitch quilt kits. And I have to tell you, these are the result of years. I don't want to think how many stitches that I've done. And this is sort of compiled after all that time of finding ways to do things that suits me. So it's very personal. And we get our wonderful graphics man, Ethan Danielson, who's from America, lived in the UK most of his life. And he started doing our diagrams for us 25 years ago, slightly more, and still does, because the diagrams in most needlework books when I started were awful, because you couldn't really see where the needle went. And when I show you my stitch book in a second, this will become more clear. So you've got both versions of the chickens available. You've got a Rhode Island red on Ada or linen. This is the linen one. Oops. And here's the threads, look. There, he's labelled. Sorted so you can tell the difference between some of these colours, which are very close. And there is an emergency phone number on there. As I've said on previous occasions, when the cat disappears with your threads, or worse happens to them. And then, let's have a look, this is the flowery version, also on linen. Same thing applies. And then, somewhere here, I'll just get the flowery one down to show you. There he is. This happens to be worked on the Ada material, so you can see. So a stitch is a square. One of the things that makes an enormous difference to how your stitching looks, all right, is that your top stitch faces the same direction. Now I'll show you a diagram of that in a minute. If your top stitch faces the same direction, you get a lovely effect in your counted embroidery. In fact, I think it would be true to say that if you think of any counted embroidery that you might come across, if you have a look at the Cross Stitch website or whatever, if you're consistent, it doesn't really matter how you do your stitch, but the trick is to make them all the same. And that's what makes a difference. When you come to finally finishing it and framing it, you'll just think, wow, I did that. So this is worked on Ada, but could be worked on the linen as well. Now, I was supposed to be going round everything first, but of course, as always, I'm talking too much. So I'll just recap. We've got a brand new one today, exclusive to you guys. And this makes me smile. A little story. It's a washing line, as I'm sure you can see. When you come to look at it close, there's some details I must point to you. First of all, we've got French knots here with little pearls in the dandelion heads. And the trick with that is you just outline the dandelion head with one strand of something so you can see how big to make it. And then you can actually sit and watch a really scary cracker or your favourite soap and not have to look at the chart because you just fill the space with the little French knots. And then the other detail, which I'm sure you'll smile when you see, is we have found, with difficulty, the tiniest buttons you have ever seen to go on the shirts. And they're included in the packet. So this is exclusive and it is available on the Ada fabric or the linen fabric, whichever you prefer to stitch on. Again, it will turn out the same size as this. It's not complicated to stitch. There's a little bit of satin stitch for the brushes. And the rest of it's counted. And the saying, I will have to mention where the saying came from. We had my son's in-laws staying with us over a festive period. I think it was Easter last year. And they're a fascinating couple and staggeringly bright, went to Cambridge and are lovely, just lovely. And I am, well, I'm trying to think of a very polite way of putting this actually. I mess about with my house quite a lot. A lot of coordinated stuff going on, a lot of distressing. My husband said most of the place is in agony, but I'm always rubbing something down. Anyway, his father-in-law came downstairs after breakfast and said, "Do you know what I think of this room?" I thought, oh, this is classically elegant without the tyranny of dusting. And I just thought that was wonderful. It made me smile all day. And I told him he would pay for it. So I've stitched it for you. So I don't have any tyrannous dusting in my house. Anyway, that's the project. As I said, it's available on both fabrics. And it's joy to stitch. For those of you who are so tired of the cost of framing, this frame either came from Range or Dunhill Mill or similar establishments. It was bought first because I know it's terribly costly to have needlework framed. Right, so let's go on to I'm going to go on to these items in the middle here now. I'm going to just set that aside and we're just going to focus on these, which are new today, not been on air before. So, if I just hold this up for you, and you can have a look and see what's going on here. Now, these are Quaker. Now, there is a story behind, as I'm sure you expected. There is a school near Pontefract called the Aqua School, a Quaker school that's been around since, it's just at this moment on its 240th anniversary. So it's been established a long time. And it has day and boarding scholars from all over the world. And it's very much of a Quaker ethos. And some time ago, some years ago, someone who knew about samplers realised that they had a very special collection of Quaker samplers in the school that were extremely valuable and were on the walls in corridors, in the girls' loos, in the canteens, hanging on hooks. And it was explained to the school that these things were collectible, valuable, should be studied. And so a whole history of the Quaker Aqua School samplers is now out there. And the Cross Stitch Guild was very kind of the governors that have given the guild the right to reproduce images, use samples from the samplers themselves, make replicas, etc. And the school does earn from that. So it's marvellous that we have access to this incredible resource. So this is one of the Quaker designs. Now, I have to just show you something else before we talk about these kits. All right. Now Now I'm going to ask camera to get to it when they're ready, because it is tiny. When a colleague offered me this at a show, I nearly bit her hand off. Now this is a Quaker pinball. So this was knitted on sewing needles in cotton in 1800 by a girl at the Aquas School. And if I just turn it round, mind my fingers. Oh, I'm not very good at this, am I? Hang on. There. Now you can see it. There's the swan. If I turn it round, you can see that shape, which are echoed on the samplers we've got with us today. Now, when I went to the last sampler exhibition at the Whitney Antiques, where they have an exhibition of samplers twice a year, there was an Aquas sampler there. I would say it was 4 times this size, but very busy, very full of project stitching, and it was £6,000. So these things are very collectible. So these 2 samplers that I'm going to show you now are new today. I think they're very special. There's something unusual about them, and that is that they're only stitched in one colour. Now this is going to confuse you, because if we go to this one, you can see there is a variety of colours going on. Actually, what you're going to get is you're going to get a skein of pure silk that's been space dyed, and it's absolutely delicious. We have these done specially for us, and so you get one skein. It's 12-ply silk, so there's lots of it, and all you do is you stitch. You don't have to change colour, and you will get a unique pattern. Absolutely smashing they are. Now, there's only one little rule I will just stick up here now. Well, it's not a rule actually, it's just a warning. I work my cross stitch by going left to right, half stitches and back again to cover them. It gives me nice straight lines on the back where I finish my threads, and I like the technique. You can't do that if you're working with space dyed threads, because you'll disrupt the colour. If you can imagine going all the way to the end and the colour changing and coming back, you're putting a different coloured thread on top of the previous one. Now, if that's the effect you want, that's fine. If you want this effect, you need to work individual stitches rather than in 2 journeys. Isn't it smashing? So these are motifs taken from the Aqua School samplers. They're available on linen or Aida fabric. So if you've never stitched before, these are a gift, because you're going to thread your needle, you're going to start stitching, and you're not going to stop till it's finished. You haven't got to change your colour. And the little bits of history, aren't they? Even the blue one, when I showed you the blue one, you might have thought that doesn't change very much. It varies enormously. When you come to see the thread in your pack, the blue varies, yes? So either of those are available on either fabric. There's the Aida fabric there. You can see, here's a piece of the silk. Anyway, I'm going to get this out for you, because this will be much more interesting to see without the shiny plastic. Here we go. So this is the Aida version of Berry Blush. Now look at that, you see I'm getting goosebumps again. Isn't that just divine? Then this is the Aida. Here we are again, look. Proofs of Zweigart and Zawitsky. This is linen Aida, So it's actually made from linen, but the construction is the Ada version, so it's in squares. And it will be charming on that. It'll be the same size as the ones in the frame. There's nothing to worry about them looking different or not as pretty. Now let's investigate what else is in here, and then you can see. Here we go. So you've got the picture on the front. And there's your chart, look. So again, start in the middle. You're going to be working in 2 strands. Yeah? And then you've got the sheet of instructions I've mentioned, you know, Ethan's gorgeous drawings, look. There you are. So there's lots of stuff on here. You don't need it all for these projects. Obviously what I've done here is quite a generic set of instructions, so do read them all, because although they're not necessarily in textbooks, and I'm not saying these are the right way to do anything, I'm just saying it's the way I do it and seem to get away with it. So there's your chart, your instructions, the pack front. And so when you work it on the linen fabric, this is 14 count linen Ada. Let me just stuff that in there or I shall be in trouble. And then if we look at another one, there you can see the variety, look, in the silks. This is the linen, this is 28 count linen, and so you're going to work it over 2 threads, thus the same size. There now. Let me pop that back in there. So the Quaker samplers, new today and a joy. Lovely. Now, I'm just going to talk to you about books, and we'll start with the Hardanger book, I think. Now, before I start this, I mentioned the Cross Stitches Bible. You'll find that on the website. It's the new Cross Stitches Bible, and it's actually not new now, really. The first one I did in the year 2000, and that didn't seem a long time ago until you actually think about it. That book was translated into 10 languages, which is very exciting, because they translate your name as well in some languages. So I'm Jane Greenoff. My husband is Bilovi. I can't remember if that was Bulgaria, Hungary or Russia, but anyway, we went into 10 languages, including Chinese, which is really confusing because you start at the back. But anyway, and the nice thing about that is that although me and publishers don't always get on entirely well, you always get copies of your foreign editions, so my library shelves have got all these wonderful foreign books in it. So now we publish our own books, because obviously the technology's there, you know, we can do so much more ourselves, and of course over the years I've been doing this, I've met the photographers and the editors and the people who do all the work. So, you know, there's opportunities, isn't there, really? So the Hardanger book really came to pass because I'd visited Hardanger a number of times for the embroidery. I've taken parties of stitchers from the Cross Stitch Guild there on 2 occasions, where we've been to the Folk Museum in Hardanger to learn the Hardanger embroidery. The most interesting thing about that was, of course, that there are no rules, because the way I taught it was completely different to the way they taught it. Quite an interesting exercise. So, but there are basic rules. The other thing about this is that when you do Hardanger embroidery, if you can look at that picture, there's patently obviously holes in this. So what you're doing is you're making something imitating lace. And when you talk to stitchers who've never done it, they go, "You mean I'm going to cut it with scissors?" And you say, "Yes." And that's when everyone sort of goes and lies in a darkened room for a bit. So I'm just going to show you, if I turn it around so I can see what I'm doing. So they're signed, obviously. I'm just going to go through very slowly like this, just to show you. This is historical hardanger here, so this is old. This is the fjord. That tiny illustration there is girls in their traditional costume. Now this picture here is the costume that belongs to the family that runs the Ullensvang Hotel. And it's in a glass case. So they're wearing it for the high days and holidays. And what is so fascinating about hardanger traditional costume is that it's still used today. So on national days, weddings, christenings, confirmations, special birthdays, a family would turn up in their traditional costume. The Norwegians are very proud of being an independent state. They were taken over a lot by people, and they quite like the fact that they're in charge of themselves now. And it's very evident when you visit Norway. Now, the costume to buy is staggeringly expensive. This beautiful box in here is hand-painted, and it was the place to keep your crown, like that one. And that would be the matriarch of the family, so that the senior woman, married woman, would have the crown. And I did ask when I went to, there's a shop in Bergen where they will make you costume, because as a general rule what happens is a woman of the family would start making costume that would go to a daughter at 12 or 15 or whatever. So she'd start the panels in the skirts and so on, and then make the dress. But obviously some people suddenly decide they want one. And you can pay £60,000. You can pay £60,000 for the dress, the blouse, the jewellery, the crown, the skirt and the pinny. Concentrates the mind a bit, doesn't it? Children tend to go into embroidery anglais for very obvious reasons. Now, when I was talking to people about hardanger, it was very interesting because there's hardanger and of course there's American hardanger. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, hardanger was invented here for our costume, and you generally use 2, 3, maybe 5 stitches. But if you look at American hardanger, there are hundreds. But this is invented for embroiderers who want to do jolly smart hardanger. Okay, so this is the beginning of doing stitch. Now, the reason we did this book was because it's something that puts the fear of heaven in people. We've broken it down into tiny pieces. So you make what's called a cluster block. That's one. So the knot's over there, and you make one. Okay, and then there's the stitch you've just made. So there's a picture of it. So you know exactly what you're getting. And then you turn over the page, and you're going to change direction this time and go sideways. And there's the sideways, and so on. So then you're going to work round the pattern. There is a reason I'm showing you this in a minute, you'll see. There's the knot still. There's me with my needle, and I'm running across the fabric to check that I'm on the same line, going back the other way. Because if I'm not, I have to change it. There is a thing with cross stitch. If you make a slight error in the border, you can look around and see if anyone's actually noticed, and you can put your initials in there. There's things you can get away with, you know, but you can't do it with hardanger. If it's wrong, it has to come out, because you'll ruin it. This is showing you here, this is the back of the stitching. So you can see that when you make these blocks, you're going all the way around the fabric each time, like so. This is to show that when you have to neaten off a thread, you go through the back of the stitches, never down the sides. It means you can't accidentally cut one. And if you always do that, you'll never have a problem. A ditto here, finishing off. Now, this is where everyone goes, It's always good fun if the ladies at a cross-stitch guild weekend have had a couple of sherries at lunchtime when you do cutting hardanger. So a good light, very sharp scissors, pay attention. Don't do it tired. And you cut where the scissors have been, where the needle has been already. So you cut these end of the blocks. Never one of these open tunnels. And this is me cutting here. and removing the whiskers with the tweezer. And if you think about it, it becomes obvious because you're cutting the same thread at each end, which is how you can pull off. So there I've pulled out the middles and you're left with that. That is hardhanger technique, it's not difficult. Then you decorate what's left, which is the easy bit. So if you can master getting those blocks right and getting them facing the right direction. Now I find what I do, the mistake I make is, oh good, I'm doing hardhanger, lovely. 5 straight stitches, 5 sideways, 5 straight, 5 sideways, la 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 la, and I haven't turned a corner. So, you know, you do need to count your blocks. There's diagrams everywhere from our wonderful Ethan to make sure you know what you're doing. When you've made this, I'm going to scoot through some pages now. No, I'm not, it's here. You're going to make it into your first little project. So your test piece becomes your first piece, and you pop that on your scissors. It's a little scissor keep. Then all the rest of these projects are in the book. So if we just whiz across, there's an antique piece. There's the one we've just made. There's the chart for it. So this is going back to those little stitches at the front. You've got the blocks, the red lines, which are quite clear on here, you see? Those are the cutting areas, so that's where you're going to cut your hardhanger. And this is the same design that we just made as the test piece, but now it's got a border around it. So you can extend the project. So I'll just flick through really quickly now because it's obviously you're learning a different technique. This is called a dove's eye. And there's the needle book. Again, each time we put where you cut and how you do it and la 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 la. And as I said, all the diagrams are done by the wonderful Ethan, so you can follow them. A little holder for your scissors. This is the chatelaine to wear around your neck with all your bits and pieces on. This is the pincushion. Now, I've mentioned these before in an earlier programme. This is where you make a really zigzag pincushion with buttons, but it's actually 2 squares offset, so it's not as hard as it looks. And then this is what we call a sweetie bag. Now it's about so big, and it's sweet with an E, and these were commonplace in Tudor times. Ladies and gentlemen would carry a sweetie bag, and they would only be so big, you know, really quite tiny. And in them would be either herbs and spices that they could hold up to the nose as they're walking down the stinky streets, or being stinky themselves, of course. Also, sometimes prayer books or missives and such like would be put inside. And we know that Queen Elizabeth I was given many sweetie bags as gifts with jewels and gold thread. And anyway, so that's what that, but that contains all your little projects. So if I just go to the back cover, all those things will fit inside your sweetie bag, so that you can take, and you can see I've got some extra stitches, finishing stitches there. I think that's all I need to show you, but obviously we've covered how to do things, how to make a scissor keep, a biscornu. So that's the name for the zigzag pincushion, and it's apparently French, meaning quirky or irregular, I'm told. How to make an etui, how to make a sweetie bag, how to make a twisted cord. Now that's funny that should appear because I brought something with you. It's a magical piece of equipment. It is a specialist needlework tool. I've just got to think where I put it. Talk amongst yourselves. Familiar to any of you? Go and look in the garage or the shed. There'll be one somewhere. And snaffle it. So it's a little hand drill. It's got a cup hook in. Now that is glued in, but I noticed it wobble earlier, so it might pull out, which will be irritating. because I'm going to show you a trick. I've got enough time, I think. Twisted cord. Now, twisted cord. Why do I want a twisted cord? Well, that's a twisted cord going round the edge of that little pincushion. Finishes it nicely, doesn't it? Look. When you make scissor keeps in the little book, let's find a page with one in. Whoops. Sorry. I think I'd know my way around my own book. There. That's a twisted cord. So you can make them out of the threads left in your projects. And I make them anyway, when I've got threads left. I mean, I have cup hooks on the side of my desk. And you occasionally see me disappearing down we live in a barn, long corridor. You know, I'm down the end of the corridor. And they go on the end of scissors, they go on door hanger, you know, hang things on doors. So I'm just going to show you how to make one. Now, I borrowed this, and apparently you can buy them from Sewing Street. I know nothing about this, it's not my department. So I've got a length of stranded cotton. Now, stranded cotton is what lots of us refer to it as embroidery silks. They aren't silk. Stranded cotton, what we use now, divisible mercerized cottons, are made of cotton, and they're mercerized to be shiny. They have a slight direction when they're woven. Compared to flower thread, which is a flat thread, these have a sheen. So I've got one length and I folded it in half. And I am going to la la la. You could do this with a pencil, but it is quicker. A pencil and a person. Not quite. You get to learn. Okay, that's about it. Now the fun part will be getting it off the end, because obviously a cup hook's easier. So just let me think about this. Okay, right, I'm going to have to break my own rules. So I'm going to twist it from here. Hence the cup hook works better, but don't worry. Twist your cord. Then you tie the end. Like so. Nice. So you can make twisted cords for things. And actually, if you wanted to, what's quite fun is if you, for instance, took, have I got another cone here? I've got other colours around somewhere, but I don't know where to put them. If you could imagine making a longer version of this, and then you make another one, a longer version, and then you twist those together, make those the two threads on your, you get a lovely bicoloured twisted cord, very simply. It's slightly better than doing lots of the different colours in one twist. You end up with something very tweedy. Whereas if you want definite colour, it's better to make two cords and then twist them together. Remember, you need 4 times as much as you think you need when you do the twisting. So you cut a table's length, we'll make a twisted cord about that long, just to give you an idea, but you'll soon get a hang of it. And I mean, a pencil works. You just get your friend to hold it and twizzle the pencil, but it does take a long time. So, twisted cords. What else does it show in here? Just so I can, yeah, twisted cord. We've got how to make folded hems. Now on previous programmes I've done things that include covers for little books, like the flower book, the strawberry book, where the edge is hemmed. Sometimes I've done a sampler where the edge is hemmed, and that's the technique for that. And that's for cutting the hem. So that's the the hardhanger book for you. Let me just put it back. So I've just got time to mention this and one more thing, and I think we're going to have to run out again. So this is the stitch book. This came to pass originally because my Cross Stitchers Bible was out of print. And I do need occasionally to refresh myself on how I do something. Because I'll go to a new project and I'll go, which way do I? So I have one of these on my desk. It lies flat because it's ring bound. There's a stitch per page. Lots of stitches in alphabetical order. In addition to that, we've got a section on... The point of this book is really that you can start with it as a beginner. 3/4 cross stitch, how to do it. And if I just scurry to the end here. Then we've got a section on hard hanger. Again, showing you those stitches that I showed you just now. With filling stitches, look. Lots of them. And then we've got hemming. Lots and lots about hemming. And then if I just go to the very back here, this is really useful. This, I was asked for this. Our members actually wrote when we... This is number 4 of this book. When it was done the first time, I mean, it was... I just thought it would be really useful to have one. And it was very popular and sold out very quickly. So then I thought, right, okay, add more stitches. This is what people wanted specifically, and that was the hemming, how to make a folded hem, twisted cords, which we've just talked about, and making tassels to go on twisted cords, making a biscornu, which I showed you in the little hard hanger book, how to make a watt bow, another very pretty little scissor keep, how to make the humbug shape, a little bit about washing and ironing your embroidery. I won't go on and on about this, but I will just mention something in a second. How to make a 3-fold card, stretching and mounting your embroidery yourself. This is jolly useful piece of kit, this one. This is when you tip that tin out of your gorgeous gold needles and haven't a clue which one's which, because these are life size. So you can actually lie them on and measure and work out who's who. And there's a bit of information there about needles generally, and a DMC to Madeira exchanges. On the subject of washing and ironing your needlework, I will just say that I've seen beautiful cross stitch completely ruined under an iron, and it is so not necessary. The trick is this: 4 layers of bath towel on your ironing board. I have a white one in my cupboard in the scullery right there where I just go ironing board. 4 layers of bath towel. Your needlework face down, wrong side, steam iron, lots of steam. Get it really flat. If you're going to hem it or do anything exotic to it, I use spray starch as well. I have spray starch with me, and I particularly go around the edges and then iron it dry, iron it so that the steam's all gone, and then lift it off, and you'll find your stitches are puffed up beautifully. They're not all crushed and flattened. If you're going to wash a piece, and you know, I always feel you shouldn't have to, but there are laws in this land about coffee cups and cat prints and stuff. So if you have to wash something, the first thing you must do is check for colour fastness. Got a little bit of stitching here which isn't finished. This is going to be something I'm going to play with at home. So this is a classic example of being careful because the rules about dyeing have changed so dramatically over the last 15 or 20 years. Getting colour fastness has been more difficult, particularly for reds. So with this, I would not wash this. Now this is a good quality thread. It's nothing wrong with the thread. What I would do is I go on the back, I'd dampen a white tissue, make sure it wasn't wet, and then I'd put it on the back and I would press really hard, like that. And if there was any red on the tissue, I wouldn't wash it. Now that applies to anything. I think it would be true to say that some space-dyed threads aren't guaranteed to be colour fast. So you must be careful. So in either of these cases, if disaster struck, you would test it for colour fastness first. Then I use Fairy Liquid. I'm sure there are others on the market before I get into trouble. I use Fairy Liquid. Wash by hand. I wring out in the towel. Let it dry naturally. And then give it the steam iron treatment. And usually, you know, I've only been caught once, ever. And that was I made a chatelaine to go around my neck with pockets and needle holders to stop me putting needles in my jumper, actually, because it's not sensible. And I'd used some very pretty but unlabelled space-dyed thread, and it didn't run, it galloped. So I actually had to embroider round what I couldn't get rid of because it was damaged. So do take care. Right, last but not least, this is something that I think's ever so pretty, and was an afterthought, which is ridiculous, really. So, starting from scratch then, here's the little project. Now, it's exactly what we were saying about a sampler, isn't it? It's a little house, it's a bit of an alphabet. It's just so sweet. This can be stitched on linen or Aida. And the linen we're going to use, I'm 99% certain it's this. So you get the same lovely antique look, even if you want to do so. There's no reason why you shouldn't. You know, there's nothing wrong with Aida. And in fact, if you were, what can I say, if you were doing gingham checked, or dogtooth check, or something with a very geometric pattern, I would probably choose Aida, because the stitches will be square, because that's how it's manufactured. With linen, there is a variety. There's a bit more leeway. So this is worked on linen. Let me turn him over. There's the rest of a little alphabet there, look. Now, I don't know if there's any stock at the moment in the warehouse, but if you have a look, there is a box, my special sampler box, which has been on air before. And this was actually going to be the top of the box originally, and I changed it. And then I had this sitting on my desk calling to me. So it ended up being this, and I love it. It's been immensely popular. And of course they did make, I mean, I've certainly, unfortunately, not purchased, I've seen and not purchased sampler pincushions over the years and wish I had them now, because they're very collectible. So this has got the twisted thread. Now, if you imagine this, this is blue, obviously. In fact, you could have got away with blue on here, but that's how you would slip stitch it, yes, to the seams, so that you've actually covering the seams. It makes you look nice. When you get to the end there, if you just leave a little chunk like that, let me just hold it to there. If you just leave a little chunk and do the next section, like that, look, I've left quite a loop, then you can join that loop together to make the little tassel on the corner. See? That's only a continuous one of those joined on. There. Now, I think I've just got time to do the fastest French knot in the history of the world, just to show you how to do them, because I'm always being asked. So bear with me, I will just grab, it'll be the wrong colour, because I'll have to use blue. I didn't put that in my mouth, obviously. It's this disgusting and dangerous habit. So this is Madeira stranded cotton. Now obviously you buy it in the lovely spiral packs. Quick tip, if I just get hold of one, right, that's actually not even one, let me try again the other end. So try to avoid splitting your thread. I watch people do it and say to them every time, don't do it. If you try and split your thread like that, you'll get a knot about there. If you grab hold of one and pull, she said, advisedly, it will just come. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I shall just cut that off. So it happens to us all. So I'm going to fold this in half because I'm going to start with a loop. Obviously I don't split on the end. Thread my needle, hopefully reasonably quickly. Oh, come on. That's it. Now, so I've got one's folded in half with a loop. So I'm going to bring my needle under something on the back, like so. Can you see that? You can, can't you? Yeah. Then I'm going to go through the loop on the back. Saves knots and spaghetti. Right, so I'm going to bring my needle up right in the middle of the flower. Now this is actually a variation I'm going to show you now. This is really easy. This is a colonial knot, so I'm going to wrap the needle twice and post the point. Push it down to the bottom and pull. There it is. So this can be used instead of a French knot if you want. I'll do it again. I'm making a figure of 8 on the needle really. Pull. Support the fabric on the back. And there you are. You see those? I'll do a French knot as well, so you can see the difference. Whoops. So, put the eye of the needle under my thumb, like so. Round the point twice. Don't try and get it off the needle at this point. Post the point, like that. And what you want to do at this point is get the bit on the needle nice and tidy. There. And then again, support underneath and pull. There we are. Now you'll be able to wind that back dozens of times and watch it and get the hang of it. I've got 2 or 3 stitches that still insist on putting on beads rather than doing a French knot, so have a go. That's probably all we've got time for today, so lovely to be with you again, and I'll see you again soon.
Jane, thank you so much. Wasn't that amazing? Oh, I absolutely adored that. Thank you so much for that. Now, I know all of you have been watching that wonderful demo by Jane. Make sure you check your baskets out. We've got the one-day P&P, so it's $3.95 for your postage and packaging all through the day. It doesn't matter how many times the day you check out. So if you've got something in your basket, make sure you check out on that. We're going to just redo the set now, and we're back in a few seconds. Hi, I'm John Cole Morgan, and I'm here to give you my top tips on how I go about enjoying my sewing experience. My first top tip, as everybody knows, rotary cutter safety. If you're not using it and it's not on the mat, that blade must be locked. Please be safe. My second top tip is always buy more fabric than you need. If you don't have it, it's always going to sell out. You're going to struggle to find it, and when you do, it's going to cost you a lot more than when you were going to buy it originally. So buy it all. You always regret the bit you didn't buy. My next tip is positive or negative, always listen to the advice and opinions of other people. Even if you ignore them, everybody has a different perspective, everybody has a different take on things, and it might help you along the way. The next top tip I have is always buy the most expensive and the most useful and the most practical for your brain product that works for you. Some people prefer different things, buy what works for you. And my last tip is, this is fun, this is enjoyable, and make sure you are enjoying it. Because there's nothing worse than carrying on with something and hating it and not enjoying it. You need to make sure that you're having fun. Those are my top tips and how it is that I enjoy my sewing experience. I hope they help you, because they have helped me. For more handy tips and demonstrations, make sure you watch us on our Freeview channel 74, Sky channel of 670, otherwise follow us on YouTube on Sewing Street, where you can catch up on past demonstrations and shows. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello there, I'm Debbie Shaw, and I would love you to join me on the first Monday of every single month for Sewing Street Surgery. Now, this is a dedicated hour where I answer your questions, and that could be questions about techniques, it could be questions about tools, it could be questions about new products, or maybe something that you've seen that you just don't understand. There's a lot of questions about tensions on sewing machines, and there's a lot of questions about working with different weights of fabrics. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask me, the easiest way to bring a question over to us is to go to our Facebook page and post your question on there. I will collate all of those questions throughout the week. If we need any new products for you, or if we need any new demonstrations, those will all be worked on leading up to that first Monday of the month. So do join me, Debbie Shaw, on Sewing Street Surgery on the first Monday.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hello there, I'm Debbie, and this is my brand new Sewing Room Secrets quilting book, which is available exclusively signed on Sewing Street right now. So if you haven't seen any of the shows or caught up on YouTube, let me give you a quick flick through, because in here I'm going to teach beginner sewers or beginner quilters all about quilting, different types of quilting, different techniques for quilting and for binding your quilts as well. But not necessarily quilts that go on a bed. There's a quilted Christmas stocking tutorial, there's a quilted placemat tutorial, a quilted storage hanger tutorial. So very simple achievable projects for the beginner quilter to learn how to sew. So you can't buy this anywhere else at the moment. You certainly can't buy it anywhere else even on pre-order with a signed copy, but you can get hold of them right now on Sewing Street while we have the stock. You can order on the website, you can order on the phone lines. I do hope you enjoy it.
Wasn't that a fantastic demo? We're having a great morning this morning. Many of you have already checked out on our Osnaberg already, but I've got a lovely, fabulous announcement to be able to say. We've ended up getting some more stock for you because we were running a bit low and we've managed to get some more in. So let me remind you of our early bird that we've got this morning. This is 1.5 meters by 44, I love the way we do metric one way and imperial the other way. This is 44 inches one way, so that's I think 112 by 1.5 meters of the Osnaberg for £6.50. Now, many of you have used Osnaberg before. It's got the most gorgeous feel to it. It's really, really lovely. Really good for red work, for embroidery. If you're going to be making a twill for dresses and things, this is slightly softer, a little bit more expensive than your usual muslin, but it is absolutely lovely to feel and really good to work with. Great, great quality there. 100% cotton, and you can just see the colour of it is just beautiful. But for fabric dyeing as well, this could be really good. But I was thinking as well for floor cushions and the backs of cushions as well. It's got a really, really lovely feel to it. And you can imagine then with these fabulous Tula products that we've got here as well, you can see how beautifully well they actually go with these Tula products. So it's just a fabulous, fabulous product, and it's very robust, a little bit stronger than your normal quilting cotton, and it feels so, so lovely. So for backs of cushions, bags as well, really nice way of being able to do that. And I'm really pleased to say we've been able to get these back into stock today. So we've also got today our wonderful extra wide backing, 108 inches. We've got 2 colourways left. We originally had 5, but we ended up selling out of the other 3. So this was the aqua colourway. We only have 12 meters the aqua left, and I'll show you exactly how big this piece is that you're going to be getting. And I'm going to pin this onto our lovely Susan over here. And I'm really pleased because we're all looking for backing for this fabulous Tula quilt. And I'm just very subtly going to go back here like this, and look how well that pops with all of these colours on that quilt. And it's such a lovely, lovely fabric, this. 2.8 metres by half a metre. You can see it's absolutely huge. Covers virtually the whole set. 108 inches wide if you work in Imperial, and these are available for £8.99 for a half metre. So if you're wanting to get 2 metres of this, you would buy 4 units, and that would then come to you in one single piece as a 2 metre piece, not as sort of 4 half metres cut individually. And there we go, that's the aqua. And it's a really vivid colourway, that. I think that's really good. And it does really go well with that Tula. I'll show you a bit closer in a few minutes, because it does actually match the bananas perfectly. We've also got this fabulous red crosswords colour here. Really, really love them. This, how much? There's even less than 12 metres of the red available. You can tell it's going really, really well with that. And the good thing with this is that it works very, very well for Christmas as well as a backing. And even if you're wrapping your presents, because a lot more people are wrapping their presents in fabric nowadays, but if you're making gift bags as well, these are really, really great value for the money you're getting, and it feels absolutely lovely. But even if you're doing a traditional red and white quilt, this would be perfect, because it's got that lovely little pattern in it as well. So it gives your red fabric that little bit more interest in it as well. You can see there's a huge amount of fabric here, 2.8 metres by half a metre, 108 inches by, I think it's just over 19 inches if you're working in Imperial. And it's such a lovely, lovely product, this. Really great quality, and brand new to Sewing Street yesterday. And it's been doing incredibly well. Did you say we've got only 7 metres left of this now? There's only 7 metres left of this, so that's 14 units. So if you are looking for some red backing, or even just some red fabric to make fabulous things with, this is now available at £8.99 for the half metre. And we don't want you to lose out, so make sure you do check out. If it's in your basket, unfortunately, it's not yours until you've checked out. You don't pay any more or any less by checking out once or twice or 3 times during the day. Same P&P all through the day, so don't worry about that. Now here behind me, you've got this fabulous Tula quilt. I've got a little... It is absolutely stunning. I adore this quilt. I ended up getting one for my birthday, and I managed to open it on my birthday, on the birthday show. It's just such a wonderful, wonderful quilt. And I can show you now the fabrics that are included in this. So in this bundle, you're going to get this incredible set of instructions. Really, really good. We also had Sally Stevens come and do a fantastic demo for us on the 29th of May. So you can go back and watch how you actually make this quilt. But what's so amazing is these incredible fabrics that you get with it. And it's got all those incredible colours by Tula. You've got these wonderful solids that just make the quilt pop ever so beautifully. But what I wanted to show you is, I know I mentioned about the backing that we showed you earlier working really well with the quilt. Look at that. That teal is the exact colour that you have on your, in the bananas as it is on the back. So what I like about this is that Tula's got such incredible taste and such amazing colours in her designs, in her fabric. And now we're able to bring you a backing at a really great price with such a gorgeous colourway. Because obviously with this kit you're only getting the front of the quilt and the binding, so you will need to get some backing. And being able to do that and pick 1 or 2 colours out of the quilt, and you can tell that all these beautiful teals, you saw when I had the backing up in front of the quilt, it just works so beautifully being able to do it. And it's just so much fabric you're getting with this as well, being able to do it, and all these interesting different shapes on it. And you've got these lovely little frogs, and this is your binding fabric for it, which is just gorgeous. And then you'll need slightly more of that one as well. But the star of this kit has got to be this monkey. I absolutely adore it. Really, really lovely combination of fabrics there. You can see that's a huge amount of fabric, as well as the fabulous instructions there. That's available for £149.99. The quilt is 86 inches square, and as you can see, it is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous here, and you can see all the different bugs that you've got on here as well. The detailing on her fabrics are so incredible. And these, I love the pops of polka dots all the way through. It's such an interesting quilt. Really, really love that. Now, speaking of interesting quilts, I have got for you a lovely little bundle of patterns today. So I'm going to just move these all along. So I'm going to start off by giving you a bit of a history towards foundation paper piecing and how it all works. So the first one we're going to show you is what I've called my beginner's pattern. You'll see that these are a kit of 3 different patterns, increasing in your skills if you like, but the technique goes exactly the same all the way through. So this is the first one that you're going to get. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right spot to have that. So there we go. That is our beginners section there. So this has now got a wonderful set of instructions where you're able to see the colorways that you're doing and how you're actually putting these together. It's got all the instructions for colors and how you do it and how each flower and each stem look all the way through. And then at the back, it shows you how to put it all together. 1 page back. You've got this, how you put the quilt all together, and then you've got all your templates on how you actually make it. And what's so great about this is you can then photocopy these onto foundation paper piecing paper, which I'll come back to in a few seconds, and you'll be able to then make your quilt a lot easier by using those papers. And so what foundation paper piecing is, this is now the finished product of the beginners section. So what I've done is, I'll show you the back of this as well, because this explains foundation paper piecing quite well. So on this one over here, you can see it. That's my A1, that's A2, that's A3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, going up to number 10. And what that does is you're literally sewing in increasing number order. So there's number 1, there's number 2. So you'll sew the seam between the fabric, between the 2 fabrics on the back of the paper. So when you're putting number 1 and 2 together, which is the cream and the lightest of pinks, you'll sew across that line, but you're sewing from the back. And then when you do the next bit, you're sewing on that line between 2 and 3 all the way down there and trimming off the waste that you don't need. And then you can see that's A4, so you'll then sew off along there. So I know it doesn't, I did a really good tutorial on this back in March. We're just grabbing the date now, and I'll give you that so you'll be able to see, because this is a really nice small package to be able to do it. Now, the reason you'd use this method is because it is so accurate. You can see on the back of this, I've created my lovely little flower there, but if I turn it round, you can see it works absolutely perfectly. And I use this, we sold this as a bundle, which sold so well. We sold out of the bundle, but you can see all these fabrics just work so beautifully together. And they're so precise because when you're lining it up from the back, you're actually pressing and lining everything up with the actual points that you're doing. And you can see, I had 2 pieces, there they are. You can see again, I've sewn together 2 pieces there. These are the most simple of the block. You've only got 3 or 4 lines on each one there. So unfortunately, you're not getting the kit today, you're just getting the instructions, which is great because you get to use your stash up. So that's my beginning piece. And what we've done as well, I'm gonna just show you all of these together first. It was on the 25th of March, if you want to go and have a little look as to how I did this demo on it. So that was my beginner piece. And then we've got the intermediary. And the intermediary is a little bit more intermediary. And we've got a finished one over here. Just checking I'm getting the right one. This was my twirling geese intermediary. And this was with the white colorway. We had a school grey background as well. So you can see how extraordinary this is and how wonderfully accurate all the points are. That's the joy of foundation paper piecing, because your points are so easily obtainable because you've got the accuracy of those papers. And it is such a lovely, lovely quilt with such a great variation of colours. You would easily be able to do it. Now, I've got a mat down there. Don't worry, I'm not throwing it on the floor. So that is then in the grey colourway as well. So you can see it changes so much depending on which colourway you choose. And the great thing is you can do it scrappy as well. It's entirely up to you. The great thing with the patterns is you can then print them out as many times as you like, keep the original and print them out as many times as you like, and just look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous? And again, you can see all the accuracy of all the points meeting and lining up perfectly. And that's because of using the technique of foundation paper piecing. You can get that done really, really easily. So that is your intermediary section. So that's these set of instructions that you're getting there. But don't think that's enough. You're getting not only your beginners section, you're getting your intermediary as well, but you're also getting the advanced. And each of these come with wonderful sets of instructions and color guides, how you put them all together, literally every single one. So it shows you there, so you don't need to be daunted. It's got all the colors there. It's all been tested and checked. And that then is your instructions for the advanced ones. So let me show you what the advanced looks like. And the only reason it's advanced is because there's a much, much more complicated border. On the outer border, we've got, I think it's 80 flying geese on the border on the outside, which you can see. Come on. Look how incredible that border looks, and you can see with that method of foundation paper piecing just how incredibly accurate you can get those outer borders. They are just incredible, and that's why I've called it the advanced one, because the outer border is just that little bit more work. And I'm going to do bye-bye. So there we go. Those are the three methods that we're doing it. Now, if you are going to try foundation paper piecing, Carol Doak has made the most incredible product here. It is absolutely wonderful because this paper will make your life a lot easier. This is a foundation paper piecing paper that Carol has developed. There we go. You should see it there. Each of these pages are 8.5 by 11 inches. You're getting 100 sheets of them, and they're a lightweight paper that when you stitch through them, it becomes a lot easier to tear off. So that is what we're going to be showing you next in my demo, to be able to show you this. It's just, let me take these out and I can show you just how much thinner this is than a normal paper. So it is just a normal paper, but it's got a lovely feel to it and it's a lot lighter. Normally I just use normal computer paper, but you can, obviously you can't feel it, but it is a lot thicker and you don't get as cleaner when you're taking the pieces apart. You don't get as clean a sharp pull getting these out. It's a lot easier on a thinner paper. And what Carol's done is she's developed this paper and it is so much nicer to work with. And I'm going to show you how it is. If I can get this piece back in the box. Come on, there we go. But also when you're doing this, not only have you got the Carol Doak paper there, when you're doing your trimming, you need a rotating mat. Your life is a lot easier with a rotating mat. But we've also got these add-a-quarter rulers. Now these add-a-quarter rulers are really, really, really easy to use and so much more simple when you're trying to trim everything off. You're going to get a 6-inch ruler as well as a 12-inch ruler. Both of these are 2 inches wide. So you can see this is my 12-inch one and this is my 2-inch one. And what you're doing with these is you can see here I've trimmed off the bits that I want to keep. So everything you want to keep goes underneath your ruler. I'm just folding it the wrong way around. It goes underneath your ruler. So what you do then is you take, on this you can see that there's a little ridge just there. There you go, you can see that there. So there's that little ridge. Now that ridge is exactly 1/4 inch wide. And the reason you want that is you can see that this is nice and flat. When you've got your 1/4 inch, you butt that up against where you folded your paper. So you can see that that's gone perfectly. And then you trim down there and take off your excess paper. So on the, what date was it in March? 25th of March. If you go back and watch the 25th of March show, you'll be able to see exactly how I do the technique of foundation paper piecing. That'll make your life a lot easier being able to do it. And that's a great thing. When you get the pattern, you may not get the kit, but you're getting the pattern. You've obviously got me demonstrating that on the 25th of March, being able to show you. Excuse me while I plug in my iron, because I do need that. And we're using the fabulous Janome Atelier 9. That sale ends today. And we've got the fabulous Jane Brogan coming up at 11 o'clock, being able to show us how we can get that, all the beautiful details on this incredible machine. It is absolutely stunning. So don't miss out on that £500 saving on this deal. That ends today. And it is the most beautiful machine to use. Absolutely stunning machine. Oh. So I'm now at the point that I need to trim this off. So everything I'm keeping is underneath my paper. I'm taking my ruler, I'm lining my ruler up nicely towards where that paper stitch line is. Just moving this up a little bit. Excuse me while I trim that bit off. So that's all nice and firm up against the seam that I've already done. And then I'm cutting off all my excess fabric that I don't need for this piece. And then what I'm doing is I'm getting my June Taylor pressing mat. And I'm going to now get my iron. And I'm going to set my seam first of all. And then I'm going to fold this back. And you can see that that's now making all the right noises to get that nice and flat. And I've only got one more seam to go on this. Again, watch the 25th of March. It'll easily show you what it is that you need to do for foundation paper piecing. I'm folding on the line that I'm wanting to sew, only because the fabric is a little bit thick for me to see the colours through. I'm lining that up to where it's got to go, folding that back to check I've got enough, and I do. And now all I'm doing is I'm putting that through my sewing machine and sewing all the way down the line that it needs to go. There we go. And this Atelier 9, it's got that fabulous feature. You don't have to lower anything, you don't have to get everything ready. My stitch length is exactly as I left it when I did my first seam. It's an incredible machine, and that's just the sewing side of it, not even the embroidery side. And now I'm at the point where I want to finish. All I do is I press my cut thread button. Foot comes up. It's done. I do nothing. That's it. I press one button and it's sorted. And now all I'm going to do is I'm going to trim off everything I don't need. So I'm folding my paper back underneath the stitch line because I want to keep the stitch line. Everything I want is now going to go underneath my ruler. I line this gorgeous quarter-inch ruler up there. That's pressed up nicely against that line, and then I trim off everything that I don't need in that block. That's a little piece of fabric that I can use later. These are not. They go off to the charity box. And now again, I just press that open. Press this open along here. Set my seam, and then I roll it back. And I'm just rolling that back to get that nice and straight. Whoops, there go my rulers on the floor. And there we go. Now I'm going to give this a nice little press to get everything nice and flat, because I'm now going to trim my block. Don't need my iron again, so forgive me while I unplug that. And again, this June Taylor ironing board is just so fabulous to be able to do that. Now, you can't unfortunately use the quarter-inch add-on ruler to trim this up. What you're going to do is you're going to use a normal, well, I'm using my Creative Grids. Now, when you're doing this, that inner line there is where your stitch line is. So you're cutting on the outer line to make sure you've got your seam allowance. And then you're going to trim this off nice and beautifully here. And then, now when you're trimming these, you need to make sure you're being consistent. So if you've got everything trimmed off with your white line, your quarter-inch line exactly on the line, that's what you do for all of your blocks. You just make sure you're consistent and you've got all the right pieces in the right places. And the reason is when you put these blocks together, if you haven't been consistent on that, then your blocks won't quite line up. And we don't want that. Having spent all this time making sure that these are nice and accurate, you want to make sure that they are nice and accurate. And then I've got my last seam to cut here. And there we go. Oops, that wasn't lined up perfectly. So there we go. We have now done our fabulous little pot. And you can see how beautifully easy that was to do. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the difference now, which is where the Carol Doak paper comes into its own. So this is now not the Carol Doak paper. This is my paper, and you can see I'm pulling this along. It's not quite easy, and I'm having to put a bit more pressure on it, pulling those off. But this one, this is so much more simple. It just slides out effortlessly. I'm not putting any effort on it at all. I'm just supporting the piece next to it. and you can just tell that it pops off so perfectly. The seam doesn't stretch, there's no pressure on any of the seams, it's just pulling out absolutely perfectly. Now, anybody who has done foundation paper piecing knows that the tearing out can be the most painful job of the whole process. But these papers, look how effortlessly this has completely come apart. It's just worked perfectly. You can see I've got a little bit of a there we go. So you can see that that is just literally fallen apart. Whereas if I'm doing this one, this becomes a little bit more difficult as I go. I'm having to support the seam every time I go. And here I'm doing the same. You can see it's not flowing anywhere near as easily as it did. You can even hear that it's sounding more complicated to get out, and it's just creating a bit more of an effort to get out. So that's why the Carol Doak papers are so much better for this process. Because they just come out so much more easily. It'll be slightly kinder on your machine as well, because you're not stitching through normal printer paper. And especially when you're using a fabulous machine like this, you do want to be using the nicest, easiest products for it. But that is now 2 of the blocks that I have made for my beginners section. And we've got the intermediary and the advanced pattern there, all available, 3 of them available for £19.99. If you are going to do that, make sure you do check out your Carol Doak papers as well, and these 1/4-inch rulers, because I think these 1/4-inch, add a 1/4-inch, they were really, really useful. And the good thing is you've got a 6-inch and a 12-inch one, because when you're doing slightly smaller seams, having a slightly smaller ruler does make your life that little bit easy. And it's great because these are included in the set, so you don't have to go and buy 2 different rulers. These are already included in the package that you're getting today for £24.99, and they are really, really lovely. I hadn't used them before, and then I borrowed them from the studio, and I have to say it does change the way you do foundation paper piecing using these. It's a wonderful, wonderful product there. But now, if you're wanting to be a bit more advanced and you are a little bit further along the process, we have got this incredible Carl Hench book here, The Forward by Tula Pink, with our Tula Pink quilt behind us. It is a fabulous book, this, and you've got all of the detailing you could possibly need to make these incredible quilts, including fussy cutting Tula Pink fabric out. Tula's written the forward on this as well, so that's all a note from Tula. And you can see all these incredible designs over here. If you look at those Maori batiks that we had earlier, look how beautiful those would be with those Maori batiks doing that gradation all the way through. It's absolutely stunning. And it is one of those ones that you can advance through as well. You don't have to get daunted by doing flying geese on a curve. You can do the more simple blocks. So you can see over here you've got no flying geese. These are just straight lines. And over here you've just got straight lines. And over there. So you can see you can easily just cut out a whole piece of fabric as a circle, do that piece there and do that there. And you're actually able to do that as a project all on its own as a cushion. And you've got them then if you want to be a little bit more advanced. You can see that was what I was meaning there. You can do these simple samples of just straight line sewing on this block here without having to introduce your flying geese. That's really easy to do. And there you might see it a little bit easier over there, and you can able to increase your techniques as you go. And it's one of those books that you can advance with the quilt, with the quilting process. And you can see that one's even easier. You've just got circle, 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 and then all the edges. It's a really lovely way of being able to do it. And all of those are in the back here, so you can then get these different arcs and make up your own project as you go along to where you feel most comfortable. And then if you get a little bit more advanced and you want to do these, you can. And if you want to be really advanced, you can do one of these tiny little flying geese as well. You've got all these wonderful techniques to do it. And here they'll be able to show you. So if you like that block, for example, that'll tell you need template J3, template G, N, K, and then all of those come back in the back here. So there's N, there's J, I, J, K. So K will be after that. Just do my alphabet check. And then you've got K over here. And then if you're wanting number G is there. So you can see you can build your own arcs. So this book is a fabulous way of being able to get into foundation paper piecing, doing something really, really complicated, but making it as easy and as complicated as you like. I think this wedding cake one is absolutely sublime, because that is the design that you're doing, but because they've done it with white on white and cream on white, you can't really tell the technique has been done until you actually go in and look for it, which I think is absolutely genius. And then you've got these wonderful different techniques and designs already set out for you. And isn't that just the most fabulous way of doing it? So if you are, oh, that one there, look at that. You know, it's just got this fabulous way of being able to take yourself a bit further with your foundation paper piecing journey and be able to expand it and do whatever you like. So next we've got our fabulous Tula book, Tilda, not Tula, Tilda. We've got too many lovely sounding names here. So we've got this incredible Tilda book here. I absolutely adore this book. I even wrote a review for it in a magazine recently because I just loved it so much. And the thing I love about this is, firstly, I adore foundation paper piecing. So some of it's foundation paper piecing, some of it's not. So you can do different projects as you go. And they've given you the instructions on how to do it without foundation paper piecing as well. So you can go through and make a quilt, but if a quilt's too much, look, you've got a pillow in the background. And most of these have got a pillow and a cushion available for you. I wish I had the doggy. The doggy is very cute. But you can see you can then go and make a little cushion, and you can then do the cushion first and then think, actually, that wasn't quite so hard, and you can do it a little bit bigger. So over here we've got the, I know it's here somewhere. Nope, it's not there. So you can then go and do all these teapots, and you can do the teapots as a pillow as well. And you can see you've got all these different style of teapots in here, and all the different templates of these are in the back. They are absolutely the most beautiful, beautiful projects in here. Even doing them as a mug rug, for example, if you can see that is a teapot there, you can go through and you could make yourself a little mug rug and just try it and just do one. Otherwise, maybe you want a coffee mug rug, and you can do that one there. It just shows you assembling each and every one of these blocks as you go through. So it's that wonderful project of having a little tea rug there, and you can see how big they are comparatively to a teacup. So then when you've got people coming round, they can each have their own little tea mug. It's perfect. And then you can do all these wonderful little bird houses and all these incredible different designs. So these bird houses are, I would call that an advanced beginner. But then if you get a little bit more excitable, you can see all these wonderful fans. I'm trying to find my favourite quilt in this book now. Nope, that's not it. Because the great thing is you have got more simple projects here, just doing little 9 patches. But then you've also got these incredible designs as well, which are slightly more complicated. And look at that. You've got these incredible cats that you can do, and little baby birds on the cats' things here as well, sitting on the tails. This is incredibly complicated comparatively, but look how beautiful and effective it is. So again, this is another book that you can buy, do a cushion, do something really small, and then advance to doing a quilt on it if you want to. Or you can just do a simple project and do that nice and small just for yourself, something really simple. And then it's one of those books you'll grow into, because as you go through it, you can see there's another quilt there that is just incredible, so effective. And one of those ones that potentially would daunt you at the very beginning, but as you get more advanced with it, you can break these down bit by bit. You can make one apple, make one bird, and then you go, oh, actually, those apples weren't so bad, so I'll go make 25 of them, and make the whole quilt on it as well. So it's a really fabulous book to be able to get. And I actually bought this the other day as well, because it is such a great book to be able to advance to as well. So a really, really lovely book there to be able to advance your skills as you go. Oh, I'm hearing an announcement about the... Oh my goodness, so you've all listened to me about your Carol Doak papers today. This is available today for, I don't know if it's the first time, but we've had them on before, but we only have, how many did you say, 17? We only have 17 left of these. It is a really fabulous product, and it is so user-friendly. Very, very kind for your machine as well. So make sure if you are going to do some form of foundation paper piecing, you are doing that then on a Carol Doak foundation paper there. Really, really great. If you haven't checked out yet, please do check out your baskets, because if you haven't checked out, it's not yours. You're not going to pay any more or any less by checking out 2 or 3 times during the day. Only 1 day P&P of $3.95. If you haven't used our website, please go and check that. It's www.sewingstreet.com. If you'd prefer to call the call centre, that number is 0800 001 4433, and they'll easily be able to help you with any products you want to purchase there as well. Brilliant. So we next have our fabulous guillotine from Fiskars. This is without question my favourite tool. I don't have my mat. Oh, I've got my mat here. Bear with. I love that. I've got the mat on the side, ready to go for this. This is it is my absolute favourite that I use in my workshop at my studio. I absolutely adore this. The reason being is that most of us, all of us do get fatigue from cutting loads of fabric and doing different bits and bobs with it whenever we're doing form of cutting, because holding the rotary cutter, most of us will hold our rotary cutter like that, and you can see that that puts a lot of pressure on your wrist, or if you're holding it like that, however you cut repeatedly, you are going to put pressure on your wrist. So if you are going to be doing a lot of cutting, as I do, this is a fabulous product to be able to do, because as I press down on that, you can see that my rotary cutter connects with the mat, and as I push it along, it'll cut the fabric to whatever size I need it to be. And the great thing about that is whatever I'm cutting is not going to, sorry, I'm just moving those out of the way. Whatever I'm cutting is not going to be affected by, perhaps I've got a little wobble in my wrist or something, because this is sternly on the mat, and it's going to cut it to whatever length you want. And whenever you push it down, the blade's activated, and when you let it go, it's not. If you're going to travel with this, keep the box, because that just means that if anything does get pressed on top of your blade, it's not going to cause any damage. The great thing about this is you've got these stoppers here. So if I now push that, you can't go any further. And it's built into the blade, into the rulers, so it doesn't matter which way you're going, it's not going to come off. It's stuck in there, and it's a nice safety mechanism. You can then measure, this is a 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, so you've got your full 24.5 inches, and this is left and right-handed, because the counting of the numbers goes 1 to 23 that way, and 1 to 23 to 24 that way, because if you use whatever side you're using it, you're easily able to do that. It still goes across here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. So if you do line your fabric up on this end and cut down, you've got a 6.5 inch piece, which will be a 6 inch border. If you want to cut binding, this is really easy to cut. You line it up with a 2.5, you press down, and I can cut up to, I've cut 12 layers before with a brand new rotary cutter blade. Normally my blades aren't very fresh and new. I don't keep them replaced as often as I should. Very comfortably you can do 8 layers on this. Just make sure you've got a nice clean blade each time you do it. Speaking of the blades, these can take any 45mm rotary cutting blades. I use the So line that we've got in stock as well. Really great blade there as well, works very, very well. So look on the website for that as well. That's the rotary cutting 45mm blades. So you can use this with any blade. It doesn't need to be Fiskars. Fiskars do sell some fabulous blades if you want to use those. I just use any one that are available because they're all universally usable. So it's one of these ones, and now the durability of this, because it's a Fiskars product, it is absolutely wonderful, the longevity. Now, I've been using mine probably 3.5 years now, and I use it probably 3 to 5 hours a day, every single day that I'm cutting. And it's not a cheap product. So obviously it's $64.99, but well, if you're using it for 3-4 years and it's still going, the only thing I've ever had to replace is the blade. It's absolutely brilliant, and I literally use it every single day, and it's the one product I say to people, especially if you've got any wrist issues, because certainly, you know, it is meant to be used like that, but I often have cramp in my wrist, so I can use it like that. I do have it like this, and I feel safe doing it. I don't recommend people do it, but I feel safe doing it because it's got the block there. It's got the block there. I can hold this nice and safely there and comfortably push with my forearm, and I've never had an issue with it. Do it as how best works for you, and make sure that your safety is paramount. But for me, that has worked very well. And especially the other day, I cut 24 bolts of fabric into fat quarters using this. So that was 280 meters of fabric I cut in 6 hours, and I used this. And, you know, I don't think you're going to be cutting 280 meters of fabric into fat quarters. What's that? 280 times 4. Go on. You can work that out. It's over 1,000 meters of fabric, 1,000 cuts that I did with that. And because it was cut quarters, I had to cut them individually. So it was over 1,000 cuts I did. All I did was change the blade afterwards. It was absolutely perfect. You're not going to be cutting like that. You really, and if you are, it still lasts, and mine's lasted me 3 years. It's got a lovely little handle that you can hang it up on, because I've got a little hook on my wall that I hang it up on, and on my desk I've got a little latch that it hangs onto, and you've also got the little hole over here that you can hang it onto as well if you want to do it that way as well. Fabulous product, and it's definitely my favourite product that I use for quilting. So $64.99, the Fiskars Guillotine. Rotary cutter and ruler combo, sorry. I always call it the guillotine because it does look like a guillotine and it works very well. So next we have another product here. It's called the Fiskars Pivoting Rotary Cutter. So this is a fabulous product to be able to use because when you're opening it, you're going to have to push it like this to open it. And you've got that lovely click when you've locked it again. So that is something that you are going to be able to need to do, that you've got your thumb to be able to pull that up and down. But what is so fabulous is once you've got it open, there are 4 different ways, I think it's 4. So you can cut like that as a normal rotary cutter. You can rotate this one click, and if you, let's say you're having problems with it, you can then cut as well with it. Then you can rotate this again, and you can cut like that. So you can see you've got all these different, let me do those 3 from the side, that might be easier. So that was how I had it originally, cutting like that. And then I rotated it, and you can see you can cut like that. And then if I rotate it out this way, you cut like that. But then also you've got it going the other way. So if you're left or right-handed, you've got that same methodology of being able to use this in whatever manner that works best for you. It is a really lovely product because the great thing is that you're not also able to then reposition your hand in different ways, and you can cut. So if you're cutting this way, it puts a little bit of a stress over here if you're doing it for too often. But then if you hold it like that, you're completely changing the position of your hand and the way that you're cutting. By doing it that way, it takes all the pressure off it. So that is a really, really lovely pivoting, rotating, cutting cutter there. This is also by Fiskars, 45mm again. So again, you can use any 45mm blade to replace and using this. And this one is available for $21.99. Lovely product, that. Oh, there are 3 Fiskars scissors. I'm sorry. The spring. Sorry, couldn't remember which pair of scissors we were using then, so sorry about that. So we have got these fabulous Fiskars scissors. They look a bit like gardening shears, don't they? And they've got this fabulous spring in them, but what's really good about them is that they're lovely and sharp, that usual Fiskars technology that you've got there. You've got this wonderful mechanism that you can pull up and down to open the scissors, so you'll always be able to make sure you lock them when they're done, so nice and safe. These are 16 centimeters from there to the end of the handle, and these are as sharp as you can imagine for all of Fiskars products. You can cut any form of fabric. I'm just trying to find a little piece of scrap fabric under here. It's a really nice pair of scissors to be able to do that. Trimming of your threads, really easy to do with this if you've got them on your machine. It's got that lovely sound that you get with them. It's a really great pair of scissors, lovely and sharp, really, really good quality, easy action as well. And the good thing is that you can leave them open like this, however you like, and then when you finish with them, you just close them, push that up, and they're nice and safe for you to be able to use. And they spin as well. I love it. They're really good, but they've got a really comfortable handle as well, because I do find that sometimes with little pairs of scissors like this, my thumbs are quite big, and I'm not dissing these scissors as well, because I've got these, but they do, I find if I'm cutting a lot, I can't get my thumb in there really well, because I've got quite thick thumbs, but these are absolutely beautiful, because you're not having that issue of getting a finger in anywhere. You're not getting that when you're cutting the, when you're doing repeated cutting, you do end up getting a bit of a burr on your finger, and it does rub on there as well, so you don't want anything like that. These are really, really good to be able to do it as well. Very, very good pair of scissors there. I love it. It's like spin the scissors. Which fabric shall I use next? And then we have our fabulous, I adore these. We've got our Hexagonal bee collection here. I think we were probably only doing that one, but I just brought all of them, just for good measure. We've got these lovely little bee things. We've got a wonderful little pin cushion here, which is great. I adore these. They've got such great detailing on them with the little bees. So you've got that lovely little pin cushion there. And you can see all the little bees. As the bees are flying around, it's got these lovely little black dots all the way through. With pins are not included, obviously. Those are what we've been using as well. We've got our fabulous bee bag here, which you can store all your different projects in. We've got lots of stuffing in here at the moment, but it's got a lovely big size to make sure that it stands upright. Again, you've got those wonderful embroidery after each bee, following it around as you go. Really, really lovely product that. And you can then squeeze this up and you can keep all your projects together. But the star of the show, in my opinion, is without question, now, I'm going to move that out of the way. Are you ready? Are you watching? Are you watching? Come on, watch now. Oh, it didn't do it. Oh, that's annoying. But I love this because you've got your fabulous pin cushion in the middle here. You've got your tape measure over here. The tape measure is a 60-inch tape measure. It's imperial on one side, metric on the other. Nice little storage facility on that as well. You're getting your unpicker with this as well. Who doesn't need a spare unpicker in our lives? You've got a needle threader as well included in there. Nice little storage place for it. You've got a lovely little combination here of threads that you can then go and use these, and it's got a lovely array of colours, so whatever you're doing your hand sewing, that's a nice little starting pack for it. You've got a nice spare little pocket there. You can put anything in there you like with a lovely little bee ornament on decoration on the end. And then you've got these fabulous pair of scissors as well, really nice and handy on those. And all in this wonderful decorative box with those incredible detailing for the bee all the way around the box. And on the top of the box, look at that. And you've got all these incredible flowers, and these are hexagon bee honeycombs, and you can see all these wonderful detailing on there. Look at the flower there. That is just such an incredible little set there, a lovely little kit, and that's available for $22.99. So we're going to do the menu a little bit early today because we've got a bit of a treat for you coming up. We have got tomorrow's show now, which is with Debbie, the So Beautiful bags, and then obviously our monthly Sewing Street Surgery with Debbie. So make sure you call in with your questions and send your questions in for Debbie there. And we've got a whole load of dressmaking tools as well. But today we have another hour for you. We've got a wonderful hour for you. Now, many of you have seen us using our Janome Atelier 9. It is an incredible machine. I'm not even going to begin to tell you everything about it because Jane Brogan is one of the most talented demonstrators you will ever meet in the industry. She is so good, and she's got this fabulous demonstration. She's going to show you every single aspect about this. So why is that important for you? Today is the very last day. You can get the £500 off this deal. That is a lot. That is, now my maths is never right getting it this way. It's either 20 or 25% off. I can never get it right because originally it was £2,499. Today it is £1,999 for the last day on our show. It's available while stock lasts or until midnight tonight, whichever comes first. And I know many of you have been watching all these demonstrations through the weeks. You've been thinking about it. Well, unfortunately, today's decision time if you want that gorgeous £500 saving. It's such a huge saving. We really don't want you to miss out. So that's why we've been really glad to be able to bring you another hour today, being able to show you this demo with Jane, and you'll be able to then see where you are and whether you're making the right decision on it. But with a saving like that and such a gorgeous machine, and it does so many different things, there's no question in my mind that you should go through with that purchase and see whether you enjoy it. I think you will, because I adore this machine, and I'm very tempted to try and put this one in my car, but there's always security at the door. They always get me. I can't thank you all enough for your time today. I've had a wonderful show. Make sure you do check out your baskets, because if it hasn't checked out, it's not yours just yet. And thank you so much for joining me, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be here with you. Can I just say before we start, I'm very lucky. I live very, very close to the studios, literally a few miles away. And there's also just myself and Joe in recording at the moment. So we're practicing social distancing and everything's been sanitised. So say before we start, we just cover those few points just to make sure that you all know we're all keeping very safe. This morning I am here. I mean, most of you already know me. I've built machines before for you. My name is Jane Brogan. I work for Elna Janome in the UK, and I look after the south of England. So I'm just coming in today, and we are pre-recording this obviously for you. And I'm coming in today with a fabulous Atelier 9. Bring it onto air for you so we can have a look at this. It's an embroidery and sewing machine. It's a fabulous machine. It's got so many different features. So we're just going to start going through it and just to look at all the basics on the sewing side first, and then we'll switch over and we'll look at the embroidery as well for it. So I just want to start going through all the things we get in the box. It has taken us about 10 minutes to unpack it because there's so much in there. So obviously we've got the machine. We also have the manual. We've got 2 DVDs. One is an instructional DVD, and the other one is a little DVD or CD called AccuTools, which is some basic editing you can put onto your Microsoft laptop. for it. The other thing I must say as well is you've got a 2 years warranty with this. It's a standard 2-year warranty in the UK for all the Elna and Janome machines across the board. Occasionally we can get an extended one for you, but at the moment we're on 2-year warranties. You can extend it yourself directly with us at Janome if you need to, for quite a small amount of money. So, right, where should we start? I think we should need to look at what we get in the box with the machine. Would be fabulous. Obviously you've got your machine, manuals, CDs, we've got the cloth guide here, which I will show you all later. Fabulous big foot pedal. It also comes in, we've also hidden around the corner, power lead and a direct link for the laptop if you want to take designs over from your laptop onto the machine. The machine is also Wi-Fi, so that makes it very easy. You just pop it into your Wi-Fi the same as you would a phone, any other gadget, and you can Wi-Fi designs backwards and forwards to the machine with it. I'll pop those to one side. Fabulous foot. What I will say with the foot pedal is we get calls at the office going, you haven't put me a lead in with the foot pedal. It's actually in the back here. It's all wound in. It's all nice and neat in there so that you can keep it nice and tidy when you're not using it. You can, as with most of these machines, you still do have the facility to sew with just the stop-start button if you don't want to use the foot pedal. That's personal choice. We've also got a knee lift with the machine, which comes with it. It comes with the 3 embroidery hoops. They all come in the machine. So they've all got the little acrylic templates here for hooping up. So you can pop your designs in the right place when you're hooping. So all the hoops come with it. These are the ones that are available with this machine. And we've popped all these in upside down in the right way around. So they've all got the little templates with them. So I'm going to pop those to one side for now. Oops. Pop these away. You've also comes with a nice semi-rigid canvas cover for the machine, just to pop over it. It's more like a dust cover because you don't need. It's got a lovely big pocket in the back, and it velcros up here. So we've got that, and we've also got then another pocket in the front and plenty of space here for when you want to pop the machine away in it, just to cover it over. Like that. I'm going to pop that out of the way, and we also mustn't forget. We have the embroidery unit, which comes and you've got a lovely little storage case for it in the box. So the embroidery unit sits nicely in here. Okay. So you can see it's all tucked away in there. I tend to, when I am using the sewing machines at home with the embroidery units, I very seldom take my embroidery unit off the back unless I'm going to move the machine. Obviously don't carry it with a unit attached to it because it gives you some extra bed space, as we'll see later when we start using it. Pop that away. Pop this out of the way. There we go. Pop that down there. Feet and accessories, of which there are many. So we've also got the little embroidery clips. If you look at a couple of these frames, have got. Let me pop to this one first. They have got metal on the side here. You can see. These little clips are for when you're hooping. It just really holds the fabric well for you. So that's what those are for. A lot of people ask me that when I see them out and about on my travel. Used to see them out and about on my travels. You've also got the couching foot for the embroidery side. I will look at that when we go onto embroidery. Got quite a lot of stuff sitting here. I'm going to just tidy this up a little bit now. Pop these all out of the way. So we've got a little bit of space to work with. Oops. There we go, all back, pop those there. You also get a couple of quick reference charts to start with, so they are really good. It's just a quick, easy way. They're wipe clean as well, so if you put your coffee on them, they won't stain, and it just works through what all the different keys are, all the basic things. So instead of having to look in the manual, you can just pop one of these and think, right, one for embroidery and one for sewing. I do. Feet and accessories, which there are many. The great thing with these machines is you really don't need to buy anything else to start you off. So I'm going to empty these out. There we go. So you've got some lovely embroidery scissors. I'll pop these all out on the table here. You've got the little gadget here for if you're doing shanks on buttons, anything like that, that's great, or also for going onto heavy seams. So we have spool caps. So you've got one, 2 small ones, larger one. There is a larger one. If I pop this up, there's a larger one on the machine already. And you've also got the 2 little ones here They are, for a lot of the threads now, come on a great big, like a long card centre, which come right to the end of the spool pin. So this one, I'll show you on this spare spool pin, it just pops on that way, and it's really good for holding it steady. Pop that so. You come with 4 bobbins. There's one in the machine. They are standard Janome bobbins. One size fits all on the bobbins for Janome and Elna, so you don't have to worry. You've already got a Janome or an Elna. You can interchange the bobbins for it. We have a screwdriver, the little brush for cleaning, a quick unpick, which is an essential piece of kit for most of us. You've got a little piece of screen cleaner here as well. That's for doing the screen. The stylus, which is for using the touch screen on there. And we come now with the different feet. I'm going to pop these to one side. So the standard presser foot will be on the machine when it arrives, so you've got that to start with, so that's great. You've also got satin stitch feet. You've got the F foot and the F2 foot. They are both, the difference being the F2 foot is an open toe and the F foot isn't. The great thing with these feet is the machine will tell you which feet to use. These have got a little indent underneath so that you can actually, it's for doing the heavier decorative stitches or alphabets, so you're not putting a lot of pressure on it and you get a really good quality finish. We've also got our 1/4 inch foot. We have got our over edge foot. We have got our blind hem foot, a zip foot. You've got the little rolled edge hem, the little tiny hem, which is great for doing fine fabrics. You've also comes with a standard free motion foot. You've also got the 2 extra little feet in there. These are for free motion, and when we look at the machine, I'll show you how they work. Fabulous foot for sewing on buttons, which again is, once you get used to it, you wonder how you ever lived without that foot. We've also got the embroidery foot, which is purely for the embroidery side. And then we come to, we've got another little free motion foot here that pops on there. You also get the yellow dot bobbin case here. If you can see, it's got a yellow dot and there's also a yellow mark on the side so that you can see. If you're not using Janome embroidery thread, then just pop your bobbin case, swatch it out, pop the other one out and pop this one in. The tension setting's slightly different on it. Spare needles, so you've got your blue tips in there, a red tip and a purple tip, and also a twin needle in there. Quilt guide. And now we come to the walking feet, of which there are 2. So there's a single one, and I've got 2 plates here. When the machine arrives, you're probably thinking, where's the buttonhole foot? Where's the walking foot? They are actually tucked away in here. So pop that out, pop the little storage out, and we have 1 buttonhole foot, and also the AccuFeed foot, the AccuFlex foot, so that's a great one. That replaces the standard white walking foot that most of us are used to. The brilliant thing with this is that we can actually take the plates off the bottom. That's your standard one. I've got a 1/4 inch one here, and you can just quite easily re-clip that on. So they're very easy to change, and also it's much cheaper to buy the plate than have to buy a whole new great big walking foot. So that's what that is. So that comes with a 1/4 inch, the open toe and the closed toe. Put that one back on before I lose it. And then we also got on here a single narrow foot. This is brilliant. I use this a lot if I'm doing anything heavy. Say if I was making some bags or doing anything like that, it's brilliant because you've still got the walking foot here, but it's quite narrow, so you can get in much tighter corners, and that comes with a standard foot on it and also the little zip attachment, which is absolutely brilliant. Again, for heavy things, you can get into all the tight corners. That's great. So I'm just going to pop these back in here so I don't lose them. I'll pop this back in. You also get with this machine a straight stitch plate. Again, I'm going to get this, we'll look at this in detail, more detail later. Your normal stitch plate has got a slot in it to accommodate the width of the stitch, the zigzag with a needle swing. This one, the machine knows when we've popped this on, and it will only let you do stitches that work with this needle plate, but again, it's something we can look at in a minute. So I think we're going through everything now. It's everything that comes with the machine when you start. So I think now we need to set it up and do some sewing. So the first thing we need to do is wind the bobbin. So I'm going to lift the press foot up manually. There's a little button here, pops the case off the top, I'm going to take the bobbin out that's in it when the machine arrives. If we look on the top of the machine, you can see here you've got a solid line, which is how we thread the machine, and there's also a dotted line across. This is the path that we take the thread to wind the bobbin. So I'm going to pop this underneath here. It's underneath there, across, round the back, take it down. I tend to wind it round the bobbin. Some people with some little holes in the bobbin, so you can pop it through there and hold it, whichever way works best for you. Pop it across so it engages it, and then we'll press the start stop, or if you've got the foot pedal in, you can use a foot pedal to do it. And again, I'm going to pop the speed control right up for me, and so we're going to wind a bobbin before we start sewing. And then when we've got enough on there, it will automatically, when it's full, pop across, but we don't really need a full bobbin at the moment, so I'm going to stop the machine, push the bobbin back across, lift it off, cut the thread on the little cutter here, and then we're ready to thread the machine. So threading the machine, with the bobbin, we're going to hold it so it's either P for perfect, or I'm left-handed, so I just go top left. It actually drops in, and it goes underneath. You've got two little guys here. You've got one here, and this one here. You take it round and then follow the easy thread on the side back towards me, and it will cut it off. If you ever forget, you do have a little diagram. I don't know if we can ever see it. A little diagram on the case that covers it to show you how to thread it. And pop that back on. So that's that piece done. So now to thread the machine, I'm going to take this out again. Again, make sure you press the foots up when you thread so you open the tension discs. And again, it's almost thread by numbers, so it's a solid line now, and we go in 1, round that way, 2, down to 3, back up to 4 on the top, down, 5 through there, through the little thread guys on here, and then we're going to pop it through there, and you'll feel it, when you pop it in here to use a needle threader, you'll feel it just clip in, and then I'm going to pop the foot down, and then the needle threader is coming down, and that's it. We have one needle threaded. Press the foot up now and take that round, and then we're now ready to sew. When you start with the machine, obviously it comes with a standard presser foot. All sewing machines default to a straight stitch here, and it's the information on the screen it's giving me. It's telling me it's on the straight stitch, and it's telling me what presser foot to use as well. We've also, on these machines now, we've got the automatic foot lift, which is really handy when you're sewing. This one here, this looks like a little foot with a needle. If I press that, it changes colour. So now I know that that's active. Anything on the machine that goes that little golden yellow colour, you know that you've activated it in some way. So I'm going to slow the speed down, and I'm going to press the start stop, and off we go. So I can speed it up if I want to and slow it right down. The same with the foot pedal, so when I'm ready to pivot, I can stop. So it's going to stop, lift the foot, so I can pivot. It's great if you've got something heavy under there, like a quilt or a coat or a pair of curtains. Then we have a lock stitch, so that will stop and tie off. And then the auto cut. That is quite straightforward. We can, when we have a look at settings later, I will go into that and show you how you can set it so that every time you lock stitch, it will automatically cut for you and lift the foot. That's another thing. So again, I think if we have a little look around the screen now. So on here, so we've anything that's active, so the feed's up, what's active. We want to select another stitch today, we want a zigzag, we just touch the screen. And again, the lightning stretch stitch, touch the screen. So that takes you through, it's really easy. And again, if we look on the bottom here, you've got the stitch width and the stitch length. You can alter it. And again, the lovely thing is, you can see it's actually altering on the screen at the same time. So we've also, there's a little arrow here. This screen's always visible in any of the stitches. So if I pop this, so it gives us more information about that stitch. So it's automatic tension, so you don't need to bother about tensions. Very seldom you have to, and it's usually if I'm using some really thick threads or a really difficult fabric, I may look at it. The top foot pressure is automatic, and again, you do have the option to change it if you need to. When we've finished with that stitch and we want to go back, we just press default, and it will take me back to the original settings on the machine. I'll pop that one away. So this one is utility stitches in here. They're all inside the lid, so you've got them here as well, so it's really easy to see. So it's just another guide for you really. So then we've got buttonholes, we've got a plique, heirloom, lovely range of quilt stitches, some satin stitches, some bridge stitches. You've got some decorative ones as well, long stitches and pictograph, and then your fonts are here. Here also shows me when I change a needle plate to the straight stitch needle plate, these are the stitches that you can use it for. We'll do that in a little while, and it just grays everything else out so you can't accidentally break anything. You've also got the little icon here, which is for mirror imaging, and then underneath we've got a little, it's a lilac purple colour, and some of the stitches are that colour as well. This is a tapering function, so we can taper the ends of those stitches to get decorative finishes, and it's great for doing borders and things like that. So now, so in utility, if we want to go into decorative, we can touch that, and that brings up all the different categories that are built into the lid here. So if I want to do some decorative stitches, I just select decorative, and it brings me up that screen. Again, it's telling me I've got 8 pages of decorative stitches, and we've also, if you can see, we've got some more little icons now. This one is for building stitch sequences. We've got mirror image, so we've got a mirror image, and we also do horizontal and vertical, twin needle and tapering. So if we want to go onto a stitch that we can, let me have a little look and try and find one for us that will, so we can just scroll through. So one of these, so something like this, if I choose stitch 27, these are both active now, so I can flip that stitch, mirror image it, and I can also do it vertically and horizontally. And that's lovely because again you can tell that you've altered that basic stitch because you've changed colour on these. And then to go back, we can just take it round. Really easy to do. And again, it's like putting a stitch sequence together. Some of the machines, you type the number in, then press memory. This one, we actually touch the little hearts here, and it brings us up now. So if I can just touch these stitches, it'll bring me up that one. And these ones. So you can build your own stitch sequence up. If you want to have a preview, so you can see what it actually looks like, touch it on the bottom, and it will bring you up here into a preview screen, so you can actually look at the stitches that you've put together. These work really well because they all run off the bottom. It's worth having a little play with them as well because having the facility to mirror image them or flip them horizontally and vertically, you can get some really nice patterns built up, and you've got an infinite amount of patterns on the machine then. So we can then, if that's a pattern we're going to use all the time, we can save it onto the machine just by clicking the little folder. So we can use it, save it onto the machine or onto a USB stick. You've got the option to use it on both. And then we will just name it and then OK and save it, but we can go through that later on. So again, if we've finished with doing that, if it's something we want to sew out, we can use a pattern. If we want to sew that 3-stitch repeat over and over again, we can just leave it as it is. If we actually want to just do it once, can press the lock stitch, so it's only going to stitch that once for me. I think we pop it on. I'm going to change the foot as well because it's telling me here to put the F foot on. Really easy to change, just a quick press, the foot drops off, and I will then find my satin stitch foot somewhere. Here we go, which is on here. Easy change. Again, when you're changing the feet or the bobbins or anything like that on the machine, make sure that you use the little key here. What that does is it locks the machine out so that nothing will work. You're not going to accidentally start the machine sewing. The only thing that will work is the foot lift. Everything else is locked out. And it's a great feature as well if you've got small children or pets and you've got to go away and leave the machine, just pop the lock stitch on so you know it's safe. The foot will just clip on, like so. There we go. So then I can unlock the machine and that's it. And again, thread at the back, and again you don't need to put the presser foot down or put the needle in, it will automatically do it for you. Even if you've got the foot pedal in, it will automatically, as soon as you pop your foot on the foot pedal, it will automatically put the presser foot down and it will sew the stitches for you. And it's what it's doing, you know where you are on the machine because it's coming up blue as it's changing stitches. And then because we've got the lock stitch, it's just going to sew that sequence once before it stops. And now I'm going to press the cut. And that's it. So we've got our little stitch sequence there. These as well, you've got a 9mm stitch width on this, and it does make a massive difference, which I will show you. You can really see the difference in the stitches when you look at the alphabets. So to get now, I'm going to, there's that one, just pop on that icon again and it will take you back. It always defaults back to the first stitch on the page there. Alphabets. I'm going to touch that. So you've got a range on here. You've got the block, script, Broadway, and you've got a block 9mm. The standard block one is upper and lowercase and numbers. The 9mm block is just uppercase. So we'll just have a little look at these. So the block, pop it into there, and you just literally type the letters in. We're just going to put, oh, I can't even spell. So if you can see here, I was trying to do too many things at once. I made a spelling mistake, so it's very easy if we do that to just go back to there, pop it into the bin and put the I in, and that's it, done. So we don't need to put a lock stitch on the end of this because it will automatically finish when the word's embroidered, sewn out. You've also got spaces here, so if you want to put a little space in, if you're putting a sentence in or doing quilt labels or children's clothing labels, anything like that, so you've got that facility. So we're just going to pop that down and again start sewing. And again, when I'm doing any like really decorative stitches or an alphabet, keep this machine about on a mid-speed. I see so many people who have it on full speed racing away. The machine's doing a lot of work and we want a really good stitch all the time. So just slow it down a little bit. I always say, when I used to teach, I say to people it takes a lot longer to unpick it than it does to sew it. So just bear that one in mind when you're racing away in your sewing machine. So again, that's finished for me. So we've got, that's embroidered out sewing for me. That's a standard 7mm width, which is available on most machines. So now if we want to go onto the 9mm, so I'm going to go back into alphabets, 9mm, there we go. And I'm going to type exactly the same in again. Hopefully I won't spell it wrong this time. There we go. And we're going to stitch again. And it's surprising, I know when I first saw these 9mm machines a few years ago now, the difference that 2mm on the stitch width actually makes. And again, it's coming through so you can see the stitch it's sewing now, it highlights it into blue so you know exactly where you are in the sequence. Again, I'm going to press the scissors, pop. And that is the difference between the 7 and the 9mm. It's quite it's amazing the difference it does actually make for the stitch size, so that's great. You don't always want the bigger stitch. Quite often if you want the small, if you're doing like name tags for people's clothes and things like that, the smaller one's ideal, but again, you've got the option of the bigger one. What I'm going to have a look at now is on the machine as well. So we've had a look at the alphabets and the decoratives. I'm going to look at this one in a minute. So I'm going to pop it back onto here and I'm going to look down the side. So this is the home one, so that will always take us home. That's to change the machine over to the embroidery mode. That's for your file. That's for your set. That's the little question mark here is quite handy. It won't bring me one in unless I do this. And it's like a little inbuilt, sort of almost a mini manual. So it's for if you want to winding the bobbin, threading the machine, your embroidery settings, buttonhole settings, and it's got 2 pages again, so we can scroll across on the bottom, and it brings you. It's really quite handy if you suddenly forget something, thinking, oh, the manual's in the box. Pop onto here, and it will show you how to do all the basic functions on the machine. What I want to look at the moment is setting here, the little spanner. So we've got your common settings, which applies to both embroidery and sewing. Then we've got the sewing side and the embroidery side. The little one here is for where you actually pop it into your Wi-Fi, so you just connect it the same as you would anything else. And this is, you can change the languages on it as well, but I'm just going to look at the common settings. So as we're coming across, you've got your screen contrast, so you can make it brighter if you want. You've got the volume for the bleep, so you can turn it up or down. You can go inches or millimetres. I quilt, so I always tend to be in inches. and take it across. Touchscreen calibration. If you ever feel that it's not quite, when you touch it, it's not quite right, you can calibrate it and it just gives you little points to touch around the screen. And then the next one is then to format your memory stick. So again, I would tend to use this more on the embroidery side. Format, I always have a low gig memory stick that I keep purely for my embroidery machines. You pop it in, it will format it. So we'll pop it in, it's asking me to put it in. If there's anything else on it, it will wipe it. I just keep one that I use specifically for embroidery, so there's never anything else on it. And it will put on it, then it will put an EMB folder for the embroidery side and an ORD folder for the sewing side. You must make sure if you're going to put your designs, your embroidery designs, you're actually putting them into the folder so the machine can recognise it. And then we've done that, so we're going to lose that one. And again, 5 pages, we're going across again. Sewing lights, so I can actually switch my lights off if I want to. Although, back on again. Upper thread sensor is on, so if the thread breaks, the machine will recognise it and stop for you. Standby timer, so basically if I'm doing something else, if I'm cutting out or doing something else and I haven't stitched for 10 minutes, the machine will go into a standby mode. Screensaver, you can put your own screensavers on as well if you want to. You can change the background colour. You can pop it into pink or into yellow. It's really handy. And your auto off timer. So I'm going to press OK, and all the changes you've made will be saved. If you just press the cross, then you will lose all the changes that you've just done. I'm going to go pop back into settings now. Onto ordinary sewing. So automatic tension, it's one of those things I never ever alter that. Once in a blue moon it has to be changed. And then we're going on to the remaining bobbin thread. This is relevant to both embroidery and sewing. It's set at 2 as a default. I always have mine on 0.5 because then you've got about 1 metre of thread left. Needle stop position is down. If you want it to always stop up, then you can just alter it that way. Adjustable start-up speed, so we've got the stop-start button, which is on the machine, or the foot control, so you can have it so it starts up always really, really slowly, then we'll speed up. You can have it so it starts up a little bit faster, or you can have it so it just starts up on full speed straight away. Tend to leave it on the middle one. The nice thing is with the foot control, when your speed control on here, I've got it set about halfway now, so I could put my foot right down on the speed controller and it won't actually go any faster than I've got it set here. But equally, I can take some pressure off it and it will slow down. It's always quite handy to know. The cloth guide, we haven't got the embroidery unit on, so we can look at that later. Foot height for pivoting is really handy. It's set at standard 3mm. If you've got, say, big pair of curtains under there, a quilt, a heavy coat, you can alter it so the foot will pivot. So when the foot lifts, when you stop automatically, it will lift higher, so it's much easier to move your work around underneath there. I'm going to pop this back. You probably notice a lot of these have got like a little spot underneath almost. That's the default setting. So when they're on there, we know that they're back onto default. Presser foot pressure, again, it's automatic. You may sometimes need to alter it. Variable zigzag. The variable zigzag is a setting, it works with the knee lift, so you can actually, I know people who do a lot of free machine embroidery who absolutely love this because it's great for doing like grass and leaves and things. So as you're pressing the knee lift, the zigzag will widen and narrow automatically with you. This is a really nice screen to come to. So the thread cut after auto lock, so I'm going to put that on. So now every time I press the lock stitch, it will automatically cut the thread for me. Favourite stitch adjustment is on, and so is resume mode. We'll look at those in a second. It's telling me now that's my 4th page of 4, so I know I'm not going to look at the embroidery till we look at that side of the machine. So I'm going to go OK now, and we're back here. So I'm going to pop back onto decorative, onto here. I'm going to take that one so we lose that, and I'm going to pop through and find a stitch. Actually, let me go back onto here. The one I use favourite stitch setting for most is actually a plique, because you quite often you want a really precise stitch when you're doing a plique. So we'll just take the standard one here. So I'm going to pop the screen up and look at it here. So I'm going to make it narrower. I'm going to widen it that way. Take it that way. Actually, go the other way. Let's make it smaller. There we go. And put them like again. Because I've altered it now. So on the bottom here, you can see default, cloth guide and favourite stitch. So if I select favourite stitch, I can save it into my folder, and again these have changed colour to that yellowy gold, so I know that I have actually altered that stitch, and that's set for my project now. So every time I switch the machine on and I come back, it will automatically default to that setting. We want to, when we finish the project, we can go back to favourite stitch, pop it into the bin, press default, and it's automatically reset the machine to the default settings. It's a very handy one to have that, as I say, because we've all done it. We've all switched the machine off and walked away and thinking, oh gosh, what did I have the stitch on? So it's a really handy way, especially if you're doing a big project, so you haven't got to keep changing the machine every time you go on there. So again, you've got your heirloom stitches, satin stitches, there we go. That's another one that's got a lovely feature on it. So again, we've got a nice range of satin stitches here. We have 2 pages, it's different ones. So I'm going to have stitch number 5. Okay, if I only want 1 stitch, I can either do this and just pop 1 stitch in with a lock stitch, or automatically now I like doing book covers. If I just want 1 pattern repeat, I literally just take that off. I will just pop that on, and as I start sewing, I will press the lock stitch button, so it's only going to do 1 pattern repeat for me. So we're going to start sewing, press lock stitch, and you know that's active because it's the little light there is flashing at me. So it's going to do 1 pattern repeat of this, and then we're going to have a look at the elongation on here. So it's just done me 1 little pattern repeat of this stitch. So I'm going to take that a little bit further down, bring this up, and if you can see here, you've still got everything we had before, but we've also got this little symbol here, and it's times 1. So if I times 2, what it does, it will elongate the satin stitch for me automatically to double the length. It will go up to 5 times the length. It's really handy. It looks absolutely fabulous with variegated threads for decorative stitching. And again, you can build your sequences up with them. So it's just works on the satin stitches, so it's everything in the satin group. And it's just have a little play with the machine and find which ones you like. So again, that's gone up to twice the original length, so you can see it's still got density of it. It's still a really good quality stitch, but it's elongated it. So well, you can do it up to 5 times on the stitch. That's a really handy feature on the satin stitch. And again, we can go back to default and close the screen again for us. Tapering. Let's have a look where we've got tapering on here. Let me have a look and see which ones we should go into and have some tapering. We'll stay in decorative, I think. Pop back into here. Into decorative. You can see how quick and easy it is to change things while you're actually on the machine. You haven't got to push in loads of buttons or anything like that. So we're going to go into decorative, and we're going to go on to, I think, the lilac one. So I think we're going to 41. So I'm just going to go through. There we go, and it's the next screen. So 41, so it's this one. So this little icon here now is active, which is tapering. Press that, and you can see it's come up here now, so we can taper both ends. So I'm going to go 45 degrees and 45 degrees. And you can see it's actually changed on the screen. So if I press OK, what I'm going to do is another piece of felt here. So we're going to start, I'm going to go on this way. Okay, I'm going to start sewing. It's really handy. I have lots of these felts at home where I've sort of embroidered labels out and things like that, so I know exactly what size I'm looking at when I want to replicate them. And with this one, you can see we're just going to sew. So when I think, oh, that's far enough now, or I've measured it so I know, I can press the lock stitch. And I should have actually taken off the automatic cut because it will cut for me now. So we're going to lock stitch. It'll finish the pattern repeat before it does it. And if you can see, the screen's altered now, so it's come up and it's asking me, do I want to do the same size again? So if I go OK, say normally I would have taken the auto foot lift on the cut off. I'm going to pop that back down, put the needle in, pivot. It's amazing. I always get this straighter when I'm standing at one side doing it, which is quite good. So I'm going to start again, and it'll replicate that size for me exactly as I say. It's a great way of doing borders around things. I've done quilt labels and just popped a little border around them like this. And it's just worth to have a little play with all the different tapering, the different angles that you've got, because you get some quite amazing results just by having a little play with it. It's always a good idea when you get a machine like this to to actually make yourself like a little sample book almost with it, and just have a go at all the different stitches and bits and pieces on there. Don't be frightened to write notes on it. So again, it's going to do exactly the same length for me before it stops. And again, so long as I don't touch that, I can just keep going with that length all the time. So it's a really nice way. It's not too, it's reasonably square on the corner. So it's a really nice way of making little borders up. But just play with the stitch. So everything that's in purple on here with the tapering, you can do this with it. I'm going to close that. So I'm now going to go back onto here, so it's gone away again. The other one I will go into and just show you quickly is the quilt stitches. So we have standard piecing stitch. So if I press a 1/4 inch, it's changed to the O foot. It also drops the stitch length for me to 1.8, which is length you would normally do it manually on your machine with it. You've got mock hand quilting on here. You've got lots of different stitches to play with. So some of these are really nice when you start embroidering on them. Come back onto here. So look, we've also got the long stitches. You've got Stitch Composer as well, so you can create your own stitches with the software on the AccuTools. So you load that onto your laptop, which will be Microsoft, that's compatible with, and you can create stitches on there. It's a little manual, well, the inbuilt manual on the software will show you how to do that. So that's worth having to play with as well, because you can get some really unique stitches then. And because it's 9mm stitch width, they are a really nice size. Switch that one off. Straight stitch needle plate. So if we want to change a needle plate, so I'm going to be, I don't know, quilting or making some curtains or doing something like that. So to change a needle plate, again, first thing I do is lock the machine out so it's quite safe. The little stylus as well will live in the top. And I'm going to slide the accessory box off. And if we can see here, there's a little button. So I'm going to take the foot up, I'm going to press this down, and that will automatically lift the stitch plate out for me. So there's no need to unscrew anything. It's such a quick and easy way to do it. So I'm going to pop the other stitch plate in, and I'll show you. The machine is so clever, it won't let you do anything wrong. So it's telling me now that it knows I've changed the needle plate, and it's asking me to make sure that I've got the correct foot on it, so I can work with it. I'm going to unlock it now. And as you can see, all these stitches have been greyed out. If I go to select from the other ones, the only one I can go into now is quilting, and these are the only stitches it will let me do, so it's not going to damage your machine at all. So it's just remembering when you've done it, make sure you put the right foot on, and that's quite straightforward to do. So what I'm going to do now is lock the machine out, and I just want to show you the difference in the plates. I'll take this off again. With the stitch plates, if you can see the difference. So this is your standard one, so you can see you've got quite a wide slot there, so that allows the needle to form all the decorative stitches. Here now we haven't, so you've still got a little bit of room for movement with your 1/4 inch, but with the straight stitch it's much better penetration. So if you were doing a fine fabric, it's not going to take it right down. We've all had it where the sewing machine eats your fabric, so you shouldn't get that with that. And again, it's brilliant if I'm doing curtains, a lot of quilting, pop the straight stitch plate on and off you go. So put that one back on now. And just press it. It's a good firm press in the centre there for it. So it does it. So the other, let me pop this back on again. It just slides on. There we go. So again, it's telling me to make sure I've got the proper presser foot on, so I know I have. Now the other little icon on the top here is sewing applications, or I should say the little t-shirt button. So if we press that, it opens up a whole new screen. So, and it goes through a lot of basic things that we're using the machine for. So rolled hems, gathering, over edge stitching, zippers. So if I want to put a zip in, am I going to put a lap zip or a concealed zip? Well, I'm going to put a concealed zip in. So, and it takes me through step by step, and it shows you where you need to be stitching. It changes the foot for you. So it literally just walks you through. We've all had a moment where we've come to do something that we've done many times before and forgotten. I'm going to pop back into this. So it's all different ones. So again, 2 pages. So we're going to go through to the next page. Basting, sewing on buttons, for your tacking, like little bar tacks on the corners of pliques, quilting, patchwork. With the patchwork, really good feature is, so we've got the straight stitch or the lock-o-matic one. So it's telling me to put the O foot on. pop that on, which is the, there we go. Pop that one on. It just clips on quite easily. So now I'm going to do, if I'm going to do my seam length, actually, let me just take that one instead. Pop that through. So you can see we've got the guide on here. I'm going to put that down. You can actually put this down manually, which is quite handy, and lift it up. So then you can take it down and move things. If you actually lift it up manually, you have to put it down manually when you start to sew again. So now I'm going to go on to the straight stitch, which is straightforward. So I'm going to start. And then I'm going to stop. And again, it's going to come up now and ask me, do I want to do the same size seam? So if I go OK, I'm going to just cut that, turn it round, and it is absolutely brilliant for chain piecing, anything like that. So it will automatically do that same length seam for me over and over again until I tell it to stop. And again, I'll cut that. That's a really handy feature on here for those of us who quilt. So we're going to come back into here. So this one will take it back again. So for quilting, we've got your straight stitch quilting. You can do a clasp stitch, which again is lovely because it will just do one of these stitches for you. So if you want to tie a quilt, it's a much quicker way of doing it. Well, I'm going back into here. So you have got your free machine quilting, your sculpture quilting, hand look quilting again, monofilament in the top, coloured thread in the bottom, and pops it through. What I want to look at is free machine quilting. It's this one. So it's telling me to lower the feed dog, which is just the little switch on the side here. So that's lowered. It shows me what foot to use, which is the standard. Which is actually the standard darning foot, which most of us are really familiar with, is this one. But this machine also comes with these two tiny little quilting feet, which is the QO and QC. So if I go into straight stitch 2, you will see this is altered to this. So I'm going to lock it out. And again, I want to lift the presser foot up, pop the foot off here. And if you can see, these little feet have got 2 bars on. So they go on slightly differently. They go on the same way as if you've got an applique foot or the button sewing foot, they go on exactly the same. There's a little heel at the back of the foot holder, so you slide it on and press it up and you'll hear it clip in. It's so quick and easy to set it up then for quilting. So I'm now going to, let's just unlock. And again, with this, you've got the option, the little icon here. So you can actually, if I've got something really heavy under there, I'm going to pop this up to 2, which is what you'd use for this. So, okay. So the foot is actually now is going to glide. Let me pop that back in there so I don't lose it. So I'm going to put that down. It's going to do a 1 stitch stop for me so I can pull the bottom thread up if I want. And then we're just free machining. It's such a fabulous way to free machine because it's actually gliding over the fabric as opposed to hopping up and down. And again, if it's a little bit too low, you can take it up. And free machining, it's very therapeutic, but it is practice, unfortunately. So, but it's just so quick and easy to set up with this. There's nothing you need to do. And it will just, it's just fabulous to use. It's one of those, once you've tried these, if I'm honest, I never use my darning foot anymore because I love it doing it like this so much. It's just so easy to use. And it's so easy to set up to do it as well. When we were in the settings before and we activated the resume mode button, so what happens is I've switched the machine off. So when I come to switch back on again, it's going to automatically ask me if I want to go back to my last pattern. So if I go OK, telling me to lower the feed dog, and it's taken me exactly back to what I was doing before. So I was free motion quilting, so it's taken me straight back to that setting. So it's a really handy feature, that, for you. So back onto here, so I'll go back into sewing applications on here. So they're really worth having a look at when you get your machine, just to walk through and pick out the ones that are more appropriate to you. So on the bottom, we've got the machine here. We've also got a little foot here with a plus. So it's some extra feet you can get for the machine covered in here. So we can do beading feet, ribbon and sequin feet, piping, cording, free motion couching, foot and pin tucking. So the different feet you can get. So if you want to do, say, the ribbon and sequin foot, It tells me to pop the feeder gum. So it's very clever. It won't let me do anything that I shouldn't do. And you feed the ribbon through, and then you can couch it onto something, or I've done it where I've put a narrow ribbon onto a wider ribbon. And again, it's bringing all the different sizes here for you. So you can literally, and we go through, and you've got a little bit of decorative stitch on here as well, straight stitch in the middle. So there's a lot you can do on these. Take it back. So it's just popping into the free motion couching foot again. Lower the feed dog, and it will show you, pop it on. So it looks a little bit like a darning foot, but you feed your cord through, and then you can zigzag it down into place. And pop that back up again, and go back onto here. So I'm going to pop, say, into gathering, and then I want to go back to a straight stitch now. So we come out of that totally. So that's just an overview of the sewing side. It's one of those machines you can really take some time to get to know it and play with it and find out what you want to do with it more. So some people, we all do different things. I quilt. I've got one of my colleagues who does a lot of dressmaking. I know somebody else does a lot of soft furnishings or general craft work, but it will do everything for you without any problem at all. There's a lot of scope to grow into, so it's not something you're going to grow out of anytime soon. So that's covering the sewing side. So I think now we'll have a little look at the embroidery side. Right, so now we're actually going to hoop up, ready to put this onto the embroidery machine. So first of all, I'm going to take the hoop, the larger hoop, and you see there's a little screw in the corner. So I'm going to unscrew that. What I would say as well, you get a little screwdriver, which is great to loosen it off when you're taking the fabric out, but please don't tighten the screw up with your screwdriver because you will thread the screw eventually. So we're going to take the inner hoop out. Then I've actually got some felt with a stabiliser already ironed onto the back. I'm going to pop that into the hoop. Again, make sure you've got a good flat firm surface to do it. Don't do it on the ironing board because it doesn't work. I've tried it. It's a bit too bendy. So pop your hoop in, and again, it's all marked. So you've got left and right at the top, and you've also got little arrows. And again, you may have to just loosen off the screw slightly, and it will just clip in. Clip it all in. I'm going to give it a good firm press down, so it's level, and then tighten the screw in the corner. Again, finger tight is fine. So don't over tighten it and don't use a screwdriver. Tighten it up, make sure it's all lovely and tight, and the tension's quite good. And then you are actually ready to pop that onto the machine and embroider. Right, so we've hooped our fabric up, so now we're actually ready to embroider. Now, before we start, there are a couple of things that we need to know. So I'm going to lock the machine out. You know, we spoke about the straight stitch plate earlier, so for the embroidery you need to use that. So we're locked out, so it's just a quick change, put up, take that one off and pop this one in. And that's that done, that one is done. And the other thing you will find is in your pack you will have another bobbin case, and there's a little yellow dot on it. You can see that. If you're not using a Janome bobbin fill, then you need to pop this in because it's got a different tension setting. But because we're using Janome bobbin fill, I will leave it as I am. So right, so we are now ready to embroider. So I'm going to unlock the machine, and we're going to have a little walk around the screen first. So here we've got the three little icons. This is what it will come up with. So we've got the little flower, alphabet, and editing. So to select your first design is really, really straightforward. Just touch the little icon and all the different categories will come up here that we've got with it. It's telling me there I've got 4 pages, so we can go through and back again. So for this, at the moment, we could, just for argument's sake, we want to do design off here. I want to do the little owl. I touch the screen. It's telling me here the hoop's going to move. And put that. It's telling me what hoop size I need, which is a square 14, which gives you a sewing size of 5.5 by 5.5 inches. So I can pop the hoop on, and then I can just start embroidering if I want to. So I'm going to walk through some of these little icons here. So the first one at the top is a little flower. So if I touch that, it actually shows me what number, the first colour, what part of the design it's actually going to embroider. And I can skip through on here with the stitches and do them. So it's just showing you what colour's doing what. So it gives you the option to have a look and change things if you want to. We'll take that one off and go back to number 1. The second one here it tracks where the actual design is going to sit. So I'm going to pop the hoop on in a minute when we go to embroider something, and we'll track it around then. It's a really good feature because sometimes you're not quite sure if you've hooped a garment or something like that, you might want to move it around a little bit. So we can move it around to see where the design's sitting, and we can also baste it in the hoop as well, single or a double baste in the hoop, which is brilliant for doing, if I'm doing flannels and things like that, that's a really great way of holding those in well. The one here, again, we can move it around within the hoop if we want to. That just allows us some movement of it. We can also move the angle slightly if we need to. If we've hooped a garment or something that we can't quite get straight, so we need to move the angle of the embroidery design. The little one here with the coloured squares. Now this shows me how many colours are in that design, and also the numbers on the end here, they relate to Janome threads. I tend to leave mine set on Janome, but I do have a massive mix of different types of embroidery threads. If it's a design I want to replicate, I've got a little notebook and I'll just write down what I've used in there. The little needle next to it here actually shows us how many stitches are in each colour, and that's really handy, so it gives you a rough idea of how much thread you're going to use and also how long it'll take on each colour to do. The next little icon, we have got the automatic tension, we've got the thread cutting length, we've got the foot height for the embroidery. You can alter it manually, but 1.7 is the standard. But if you're doing something like a quilt or something really heavy underneath it, just alter it to 2.2, so that means the foot is slightly higher off the work. And again, we've got the different feet on here. So we've looked at the couching feet already, so because we're embroidering, we want the P foot, but the 2 couching feet are on here. So if you're going to do some couching, you need to select the relevant foot for us. So what I'm going to do now, I want to do a little bit of editing on the screen for you, just to show you how that works. I'm going to go and back home, and I'm going to select a new design. So I want to pop into now, I'm into favourite designs. So I'm going to select this little flower here, number 4. It's a really nice little one. Again, it's telling me to keep my hands out of the way. It won't do anything, the machine, without me. So it's showing me the flower and the colours, but I want to actually edit that flower. So I'm going to go home, and I'm going to pop it onto the editing screen. And you can see here, it's showing me in the little FA10 hoop, which is the right size. But I want to duplicate the flowers, so I'm going to select a different hoop. So the icon here, all the hoops are here. So I'm going to go into the largest one, which is the RE20. And again, you can see the embroidery area sizes on all these. So now you can see I've got my tiny little flower there. So I can move it round within here. I can duplicate it if I want to. I can also resize it. Now you can only resize 20%, either way, up or down, because it won't physically add or remove stitches when on the embroidery machine. You can buy additional software which will do that for you. So if I take it up even just 5%, so you can see it's actually physically moved on the screen. So I'm going to go OK. And because I've got that one slightly larger now, I don't want this one anymore. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to pop it into the bin. So that's his hoop selection, duplicate, bin and resize on here. Again, we can rotate it, so you can do a 45-degree or single degree rotation, so you can be really accurate. We can mirror image it, and we can end to end. This little icon's got nothing in it at the moment because we've got no alphabet on the screen. That one will centre our pattern for us. And the next one, I'm going to pop that into the corner. If I touch that, we'll pop that into all the corners. So I'm going to go back, and I'm going to duplicate it again, and I'm going to pull another one here. So again, so we can duplicate it like that. So you can build up some really nice patterns really quickly using the inbuilt designs on the machine. And again, I could pop some font in, anything like that. If I want to recolour, it's this one, and it takes you through all the colours. It's telling me that I've got 3 colours. The first one is yellow, then I've got the darker blue, and then a paler blue. And you can go in and rechange the colours if you want to quite easily. And if again, when you've done that, you want to save your changes, just pop on OK. I don't want to save these, so I'm going to take that one off. So it's just getting used to working around the screen. And again, that's for grouping. So I'd got something in this quadrant here, thinking that's great, it's perfect, but I want to move it. You can group it and move it as a single object and then ungroup it. This one will take us through, and it will stitch all the layers in a single colour. So if I wanted to tone on tone, then that's what I would press. So it still shows the colours, but it won't physically stop for you to change the threads between each one. This one is a really handy little button to remember, because if I go now thinking that's my design, I'm happy with it, okay, it's telling me now it's ready to embroider. It's telling me there I've got 24 colours, because what it's doing, because I've duplicated it, it's it's treating it as individual objects, which I don't really want. So I'm going to go back onto this one, which groups everything, so it's okay. So I always think of it as a 4 down to 2, okay, and it's now gone down to 3 colours, so it's going to treat it as one individual object. Now that works, we've got the same designs on there. So I think now I've got a little sample I've done of this, so I'll pop that out in a second. But I think we need to have a look at some font as well. So if I'm going to go back, and again, the key to remember is that once you've gone back, it ungroups it again for you, because it doesn't know what editing you want to do. So I'm going to go home, and I'm going to select fonts. There's 20 different fonts built in. So if I want to see what we've got, it brings them all up here. And it's telling me there I've got 2 pages, so I can go across these. So the Micro Gothic is a really handy one, because it's a tiny font, but it's really crisp and clear. We've also got little border designs we can put together, and I think in a minute we'll stitch out a monogram for us. That's great for doing your towels, dressing gowns, anything like that. You can really personalise things. So I think we're just going to go back. Let me just pop that. Get that. And I think we'll just go for First Grade, which is one of my favourites. And again, when we select it, you can see on the screen you've got upper and lower case. We can have small, medium and large on the sizes, and it will go in vertically and horizontally. So I'm going to keep this onto medium, and I'm just going to type in and then I've got my word in there. So you can, if you want to check your spelling, go back through again, and it will take you right back through. And this, so if that's, I'm happy with that, so that's okay. So now I can take that, I can move it up the screen, and now our little alphabet icon is active. So if I touch that, I can actually bend this. I can open it out a little bit, so you can really play with it. And when you're happy with it, if I go okay, it'll save it. I can move it down slightly with the little icons here. It's a great thing, and I always say to people, well, I speak to a lot of people at exhibitions, when it's new and you get it home, just play with the screen, because until you press the start button, it's not going to do anything. It won't do anything at all until you're really happy that you've got it exactly how you want it, and then you can just embroider away. Again, you can do all the other functions. You can move it round, you can mirror image it, you can change the colours. So, but I think we're going to, because I've got some a hoop already done, I think we'll do a little monogram to show you how easy they are. I don't want to save this, so I'm going to close it, but it's going to ask me. And if I forgot, and I'm thinking, oh no, I do want to keep that pattern, then you can save it onto the machine or onto a USB stick. So I think a little monogram. So I'm going to go again, 1 to 5, onto here, through, and we've got 2 or 3 letter monograms. So I'm going to go for 2 letters. So what we do now, you've got little borders on the bottom, so I can just select one of those. I'll go for that one. I'll put my initials in, which is JB. Okay. It's telling me the hoop size. Okay. It's telling me one colour, and it's going to take 5 minutes. So it's really quick and easy to do, and it's fabulous for, say, doing your towels or slippers or anything like that. But you must remember, if you're doing that, that you need to pop your water soluble on top of anything with a pile, so you don't lose the stitches in it. I've got a little towel here, which I will show you. I'm sure you've all seen it before, but it just really illustrates well the difference when you're doing toweling or anything with a pile. That one has got some stabiliser on it, tear away, pull off afterwards, and that one hasn't. And you can see how you've lost all your stitches into the pile of the fabric. I would even put that on with knit, sweatshirting, anything. I'll just pop that one away, so it's always worth remembering to do that. Right, so I think we can pop the hoop on, and we can embroider that. So it's telling me I've got it actually in a larger hoop than the machine is telling me, and you've got to bear with me because it's quite difficult to hoop up at this angle. There we go, that's on. So now, when I said before, when we were looking on here, we have actually here got this little icon, so I can track around where that's going. So if I press this, that is actually going to track around the design area. So if I think, oh, I want to move it into the corner, I want to move it left a bit, you know, whichever way you want it to go, you can then go back and and change it. So I'm quite happy with where it is. So if I press OK now to start, and it's going to start embroidering that monogram for me. And it's going to take me 5 minutes. Here we go. So, by the magic of TV, we now have our finished monogram. It's a brilliant way to use for personalising things, gifts, if you were doing something for a wedding, anything like that. It really is so quick and easy to do, and you get perfect stitch out with it. And again, please note on all these, no jump threads. Many years ago, you spent hours trimming off little jump threads where the machines moved. That's all done for you, so it's as it comes off, you can use it straight away. So now I'm going to have a quick look at the instruction just to show you what a really good book it is to use. It's so straightforward. It's ring bound. And again, when we look in here, everything is explained really clearly. It's quite straightforward to use. And again, on the back of the book, we've got everything about your embroidery, how to edit designs, everything that you can possibly think of, troubleshooting pages. We've also got a printout of all the stitch charts on the machine. Again, it's telling me here it's ordinary sewing, so these are the different fonts that are on the ordinary sewing side. And then we come to all the lovely embroidery designs that are built in that you can use. I've got a couple of these stitched out here that I'll show you in a minute. But we've got a fabulous alphabet, we've got cross stitch, we've got embroidery, the lace designs for water solubles that we can use. We've also got the couching designs, we've got some nice decorative ones. There's just so many on there. And again, there's lots and lots on the internet that you can buy quite easily. We've got another fabulous alphabet on here. Again, some basic quilting designs, some sashiko, and so much on here. And again, lots of built-in fonts, which are all on here as well. So let's have a quick look at those. And there's our monograms with all the different borders that we can use. So I've got a couple of samples I've done here, so I'm going to fold that up and pop these out. When we looked earlier at the little flower, we can see I embroidered this earlier where I just literally grouped it and just embroidered it out, and it's just so quick and easy to do and so effective. So that one tiny little flower pattern can be used in so many different ways. I've also embroidered out from the little inbuilt alphabet, which is a really nice alphabet. I think I downsized these about 5% each letter, but again, you can go 20% either way, so it's really nice. They actually look fabulous on some bunting. Make the letters larger, that would be great. Beautiful little flourish alphabet. That is really lovely alphabet to do. That's so popular. And it sews out beautifully. You can't get the textures in there on the camera, I'm afraid. Some sashiko, that's just 4 of the little designs. I've just put them all together just to show you the different ones in there that you can do. But again, you can group them all together if you want to, so you could actually make quite a good block size out of these. And some of the little basic quilting designs, just a couple of little ones here that are built into the machine. The thing to make sure when you're using these is if you're going to actually put them on a quilt when you're finishing it, make sure you use this bobbin thread the same colour as the top, otherwise you'll be able to see the white bobbin thread on the back. The other thing, what I remember that we need to remember is that in the machine as well, to start you off, you're also going to get 2 lovely big felts with stabiliser and a roll of bobbin fill as well, just to keep you going when you first get home. There's nothing worse than having a new toy and thinking, oh, God, I've got nothing to use it with. So that is really, and that's a lovely overview of it. There are also all the apps available, which you can download from the App Store. So you've got AccuSketch, AccuEdit, AccuMonitor, AccuDesign. So it's really worth having a look around. It's a fabulous machine with so much potential. So with the editing and everything, it's really great to have a play with the machine and try some of the inbuilt designs. As I said before, there's lots out there on the internet that you can do. I'm quite fond at the moment of doing in the hoop projects. I've brought along a couple of bits I've done. So I've got my little owls, which I've had to retrieve off my grandson. They are literally made totally in the hoop. You've got a tiny little bit of hand sewing when you've finished, just to turn them, just to slope where you've stuffed them. And the other one that I'm really fond of at the moment is doing little, like cosmetic bags, all sorts of bags. The whole thing, even the zip, is put in the hoop. And then you can just take it out, trim it up, and you've got a really nice little bag. So there's just so many different things you can do with them. And again, lace designs. This is an older one that we did some time ago. So that's a really nice little Christmas table mat, all done in the hoop in different sections and then sewn together. Again, as I said before, remember when you're doing these to change your threads for the reverse of them. So there is a huge amount that you can do with these projects now. You can make handbags, table runners, quilts, all kinds of things with the machines. It's just a case of where your imagination takes you to with it. Right, so the last really big accessory we need to look at with the machine, we've got the cloth guide here, which is like an acrylic. It looks a very odd thing, but it actually works in conjunction with the embroidery unit. So I'll just pop the embroidery unit on now. I'm going to come onto the screen, and on the bottom of the screen you can see a little icon here which actually looks, I'm going to open that. It's going to tell me to keep my hands clear because it will move the embroidery unit for me. So that's on there. So now this one, again, I've got the little clip here. So it's going to pop into there and I'm going to clip it in. And that gives me now, I can be really, really precise with where I'm going. So I'm going to go to a 1/4 inch. So that's going to give me my 1/4 inch seam, but you've got a really, really long guide for it because you've got the extra piece on the front here. So that's absolutely brilliant for doing your stitching. So that will bring it straight down, but you've got this huge piece here that really keeps it straight. It's very accurate as well. And again, I know a lot of dressmakers like this because you can set it at your 5/8. And that's it, that's your dressmaking seam. So it just keeps your work really straight and consistent all the time with it. The one thing is when you finish with it and you want to park it away, make sure that you just unclip it and take it out. And then on the bottom here, we'll press this. It's saying again to keep your hands clear, and it's going to park the carriage away, and that's it. So it's just a really useful piece of kit that a lot of people tend not to use, but once again you get used to it, it's a really good add-on to your sewing. And just to summarise with the embroidery side of the machine, there are some things that are quite specific that you really must take care to do when you're using the machine. The first thing is, whenever you're detaching or attaching the embroidery unit, make sure the machine is not switched on. So make sure you've switched it off before you take the unit off. And again, make sure you've got a nice flat table when you're popping the unit on. And again, always use your bobbin fill for the embroidery. You get a much better result with it. And make sure that you're hooping and stabilising correctly. We will probably look at doing hooping and stabilising again at some point, but there are lots of different stabilisers out there that you can use, and it's worth getting it right because you're not going to get a good finished project unless you've got that garment or whatever you're embroidering on hooped correctly with some decent tension on it and the right stabiliser to use. Right, everybody, it's lovely to have been here with you today, and hopefully I'll be back fairly soon, all being well. But in the meantime, if you've got any questions or queries about the Atelier 9 or any of the machines, pop them into the studio by email or on Facebook, whichever way you go, and they can get them to me and I can answer them for you. So until next time, take care and I'll see you soon. Bye.